Hello, everybody. My name is Albert,
And I'm Joan.
and you're listening to Through Time and Clades. It's been a little while since we've released an episode. In fact, it's been longer than we would have liked, and we'll get to the reason for that shortly. But what have you been up to in the meantime?
Oh, well, been working on things around the house mostly, keeping up with um, current events and popular culture, as I do. I had a nice trip to visit my sister a couple weekends back, which was really nice. Um, it's one of those things where when you live, many hours away from somebody, you don't always get the chance to see them. Uh, besides like a phone call or a Skype chat here or there. So
Right.
that was really nice to do. I realized, having not played video games in many years, at least since college, I'm apparently very quick to pick up on things. Um, because she had the latest Mario Kart for the Nintendo Switch, um, and we were playing that, and like I picked up on things so quick that for at least half of the races, I was able to beat her.
Good job.
Thank you. It was fun. It kind of makes me want to get back into that kind of stuff. Because yeah, when they moved a while back, they kind of inherited all of our video games
Right.
because nobody else was really using them. We had kind of moved on to other things. So now I'm just kind of like, oh man, I want to get back into that. Um, but really, like the probably the biggest highlight I can think about, based on like things that we've alluded to in previous episodes, is that the second season of Prehistoric Planet, or should we say Prehistoric Planet 2, Electric Boogaloo, had had finally aired. As of the time of recording, that was last week. And of course, it caused quite the stir that we were all expecting that it would. Um, Goodness knows, I was very pleased with it. I was able to catch it all, and for those like who are just kind of tuning into this, Prehistoric Planet is an Apple TV Plus documentary series that was made by the BBC in the style of the sort of Planet Earth, Blue Planet um, series of landmark natural history programs that the BBC had been known for, mainly narrated by David Attenborough. So of course he came back to do this, and they're basically recreations of life in the latest age of the Cretaceous period, so the Maastrichtian, and it goes across the continents to showcase the lives of different dinosaurs and pterosaurs and other related animals. And of course, it's done based on the latest research, with also some informed speculation based on living animals and related forms, to kind of create the illusion that you're watching like a filmed documentary with prehistoric animals in the modern day. And it's very well done. The artistry is very quality. The animals look spectacular, um, and the sequences are very fun. And so for that first season, which was last year, it caused great rejoicing, and it was a huge success. Everyone loved it. And so when they announced that there was a second season coming with more material, seemingly like in rapid time too, we were all just excited and delighted to hear about it. And so the time had finally come, and it aired on Apple TV Plus once again. And they called it Prehistoric Planet 2 for some reason. But I mean, it's the second season, and I guess to be more specific, like it was material that they had been working on while the first season, quote unquote, was being aired.
Right.
But they saved it for this program. Otherwise, I mean, like the time it would have taken them to make it would have been probably about as long as it did for them to make the first season,
Yeah,
which was many
exactly.
years apparently. But like, it's all good. Um, I really enjoyed it. How about you?
Oh, yeah. I mean, Prehistoric Planet season two it's great. I enjoyed it too. I mean, like about as much as the first season. The first season I thought was great too. Without going into much detail, that's most of what I'm going to say about it. It is a big relief to finally be able to say that season two exists because I actually knew about it before it was officially announced, and that's because I was asked for my opinion by the lead consultant of the program, Darren Naish, about how to depict a certain animal that features in season 2. But the thing was, like, he asked me this before season 1 had even come out. So yeah, I was already a little bit in the know at the time. Like, I'm not officially like employed by any of the people producing Prehistoric Planet or anything. It was more like a kind of under the table, unofficial discussion. But basically, yeah, Darren asked me about how they should depict a certain animal before the first season came out, and I watched the first season and I was like, that animal did not show up. So I asked him, why didn't that animal show up? Did that scene get cut? And then and he was like, "Oh no, that's for season 2." I was like, okay, got it. So yeah, it's a big relief to not have to sit on that secret anymore. And that animal did show up in the second season. So I think maybe we could find some other time to talk about the series in more detail after more people have had a chance to see it. But yeah, no, I think it's great. So everyone should check it out. It is. Like the two seasons together, I would say, are definitely like by far the best like depictions of Mesozoic life that has been in a medium of this kind. Like just like in terms of how closely they follow the science, in terms of what we think these animals might have looked like, and in many respects how they likely behaved. Like Prehistoric Planet is like the closest that we have got so far. So I think it's very, very much worth checking out. So in terms of other things I've been up to in the meantime, at the beginning of May, I was at a conference, the Society of Avian Paleontology and Evolution Conference, or SAPE for short. And this year it was held in Malaga, Spain, which was pretty cool because I had never been to Spain before. And it was a lot of fun. I'd also never been to SAPE before, for that matter, because it's a conference that's only held typically every 4 years or so. And originally it was going to be held back in 2020, like the one that was the next one I would have had a chance to attend was going to be in 2020, but we all know what happened then. The pandemic started. And then, so that didn't happen. It got delayed until this year. And so finally they were able to do it this year. It was a lot of fun. The conference is great, and I think it was really well organized. It was a fairly easygoing conference. Like it's relatively small. Like there aren't that many avian paleontologists out there. And they managed to space out like all the events pretty nicely, so that you weren't too tired at the end of each day. And they had some like really fun events too, besides just the usual presentations and such. Like they organized several field trips to various destinations in Spain where you could get to see some of their major kind of natural sights, and of course get a chance to see the local wildlife, including birds. So I got to see many species of birds I'd never seen before. Some of the or never seen before in the wild, at least. Some of the most memorable ones include greater flamingos. I'd never seen wild flamingos before. Griffin vultures. I've never seen Afro-Eurasian vultures in the wild before. And also endangered white-headed ducks. Those were great. So yeah, I had a lot of fun there. I also gave a talk there about my research, and fortunately for me, it was on the first day, so I got it over with very quickly. Yeah, it was a lot of fun. And so I got back from the conference, and we were all set to record on the next week, the week I'd come back from the conference. And then, well, shortly after I got back, I started feeling under the weather, and well. I assume that this was just the usual conference crud, which is not rare. You pack a lot of people in a small area from all over the world, and someone's going to get sick. That happens a lot at conferences, especially now that we're back in person again. And so I didn't think much of it at first, but the symptoms continued for a few days. I was like, oh, well, this is kind of odd, and it feels pretty oddly familiar. It feels kind of like the effects of the side effects that I got after getting the COVID vaccines. And so I tested myself, and yep, sure enough, I had caught COVID, probably at the conference, or at least at some place in Spain. And so I was like, oh, well, this definitely means I should rest. And so we did not end up recording at the time that we originally planned. This was the first time I had caught COVID, and I'm pretty relieved, I will say, that it's taken this long. And it is a little vindicating, because it means that the precautions that I have been taking before this were, well, I mean, even up to now, had been mostly effective. it also meant that I've been using those testing kits correctly because I was able to detect when I actually got it. And so I guess so silver linings in all of this. But in any case, I do not recommend getting COVID. It is not fun. I kept saying like on the show before that the pandemic is not over, and well, sure enough, it is not over because I caught it. Fortunately, I feel a lot better now. I would say like overall, in terms of how bad I felt while having COVID. I've had like regular colds that felt worse, but it lasted a lot longer. I think like most of the symptoms persisted for at least a week and a bit more than that. And even now, I'm still coughing a little bit every now and then. So if I sound a bit weird or something like that, I'm still being affected by it to some extent. It wasn't great. So please continue trying to avoid it if you can. Whether or not you have caught it before. And so those are some of the most eventful things that have happened to me recently. And of course, the Prehistoric Planet was great. Speaking of BBC documentaries, while I was sick, I did get the opportunity to kind of catch up on some of the recent BBC documentaries that have come out recently. So I finished Frozen Planet 2, which was great. I finished Wild Isles, which I don't think we mentioned on the show before, but it's basically a natural history series dedicated to looking at wildlife of the British Isles, which is pretty cool. I would also say that series is pretty good. So I enjoyed all of those. I am excited to finally get back to working on things again, not just my own research, but also this show. And so finally we have our next review episode. So it's been a while since we've done one of those. How should we begin? I guess, just looking at this, you might be thinking, oh, well, this is another anime that Albert's going to introduce to us that nobody has ever heard of. And I will say that, to be fair, the story of Perrine is pretty well known in Japan. But I will say that in terms of how famous it is nothing compared to the franchise we're going to be discussing today. We're going to be reviewing one of the movies from the franchise Doraemon. And what is Doraemon anyways, in case you've never heard of it, which is quite likely if you live in a primarily English-speaking country. So Doraemon is the character on this particular slide here. And it is possible you've never seen him before. Maybe you have, but don't know his name. However, I will say that if you live in Japan, it is next to impossible that you don't know this character. Doraemon is basically the Mickey Mouse of Japan in terms of how iconic he is. Like, literally, everybody knows him, everybody recognizes his face, everybody knows his name. It is almost impossible to live in Japan without knowing this character. And it's not only Japan, because I'm not Japanese, but Doraemon was actually a very big part of my childhood. It is, in fact, a very well-known franchise across pretty much most of East Asia. As I probably mentioned on the show before, my parents are Taiwanese, and I did live in Taiwan for a number of years in my childhood. And so there, Doraemon is almost as popular as it is in Japan. Again, like everybody in Taiwan pretty much knows about Doraemon and knows about his name. And you can walk into any store, there's quite likely to be some merchandise with Doraemon's face on it. So he's a very, very recognizable character. And I would say it's not just in East Asia, actually, because from what I've heard, this franchise is also very popular in many parts of Southeast Asia. It's very popular in India. And even outside of Asia, it's quite popular in some parts of Europe, such as Spain, Portugal, and Italy. And in fact, I was able to confirm this for myself recently because, as I just mentioned, I was just in Spain for a conference. And it turns out that, yes, Doraemon is a big thing in Spain because when I turned on my hotel television and looked at the TV schedule, I could see that Doraemon plays for 3 times every day and pretty much every day of the week in Spain. And it's got like this big block each time that's over an hour long. And not only that, but like it's not like they're playing like reruns of the same episode for each of those 3 blocks every day, but like each of those 3 blocks each day are consisting of different episodes. I was able to confirm this because I had a look at it myself when I could, and it was pretty funny to be able to like actually watch it in Spanish when I was there. And I believe it is also popular in some parts of Latin America. So it is really kind of the Anglosphere that doesn't really know about this franchise. So yeah, say in the United States, in Canada, in the UK, in Australia, it probably wouldn't be too weird to be able to live your entire life without knowing this character or this franchise at all. But in the other regions I mentioned, yeah, this is a big deal, and is a kind of major media giant. So it is kind of interesting to see, to think about how some things are popular in certain places but not in others. And I guess we can touch briefly later about why that might be in this case. But Doraemon was a big part of my childhood. I really enjoyed watching the anime and reading the manga for this series. So I am very pleased to be able to hopefully introduce many of you to it in this episode. Now, I guess we can go on to the next slide, just as an illustration of what a big thing Doraemon is in Japan and to some extent elsewhere as well. So, like everything on this slide, at least towards the left that haven't been labeled, are examples of Doraemon merchandise. And some of these are kind of expected things that you would expect kind of media franchise to have as merchandise. So you have toys, there's clothing, there are snacks with Doraemon's face printed on it. But there's some more unusual items as well. There are things like pillows, there are things like cutlery, there are things like cosmetics, and so something that is particularly notable, I think, is this thing in the bottom center here, this silver-looking plaque. So that is a plaque made of titanium, the same material that is plane engines are made out of. And this plaque, or at least like a set of these plaques, were specifically made to commemorate the Doraemon movie that came out this year, 2023. Because the movie this year, which is not the movie we're talking about today, has to do with flying, basically. So the adventure in that story has to do with flying around in the sky. And so they specifically made like a plaque commemorating this movie out of material that planes would be made out of. And this is for sale. I mean, it's only available. I think only a limited number of them have been made, and like once all of those are sold, like they're not going to make any more. But like that's a thing, It's definitely not something you would expect from any old like cartoon franchise. Something else that I would like to highlight is that all the examples of merchandise that I got pictures of for this slide came out during the same month. They came out April of this year. So like, new Doraemon merchandise is constantly coming out, and it comes in all sorts of forms, like I just described. So yeah, it's a big thing. It's a big thing. If you didn't believe me before, hopefully you do now. And it's not just that there's like widely distributed like merchandise of all kinds. There are like themed locations you can visit in Japan that are completely or like almost entirely dedicated to Doraemon. So I believe in Tokyo, for example, here on the top. Right, there is a Doraemon-themed department store that's dedicated to selling these Doraemon merchandise, and yeah, you can visit that if you ever go to Tokyo. There is a museum dedicated to the creator of Doraemon. We'll talk about the creator a bit later. There's a museum that's dedicated to exhibiting his works and talking about his creations. You can watch exclusive short films there that you can't get anywhere else. There are big models of many of his characters, including Doraemon, which is his most famous work. And that museum I've actually visited before. It's been quite a few years ago now. I think I visited in the mid 2010s, something like that. So hopefully this gives you a small taste of what a major icon Doraemon is in Japan and also in the rest of East Asia too. Do you have anything to add before we continue on?
Well, I can certainly like back up what Albert's been talking about. Until relatively recently, like I've lived my entire life and I was not familiar with Doraemon at all. The most I can think of is I've been to maybe like one or two Japanese restaurants that had like a bottle of ramune, which is like a soda
Yep.
with a little like glass ball on the top that prevents you from like over drinking it, with like Doraemon's face on it, right?
Right.
And I do know my sister who works at a preschool in Charlotte. She has seen some of the children there with like Doraemon merchandise. And of course, this is a fairly like international preschool too.
Right.
Um, so like it's not impossible to see Doraemon here, at least in North Carolina. But no, never to the level that I've seen here. I don't
Yeah.
even think I've seen like one piece of merchandise in all my time,
Right.
um, which is just it's remarkable to think about, like how prevalent some media can be in one country versus another where it's almost non-existent.
Right. Yeah, that sounds about right. And obviously, like I myself, I've lived in the U.S. and Canada and the U.K. and I too can confirm that yeah, Doraemon is rare here, and like most people, unless they've spent time in East Asia, probably have never heard of him. So let's continue onward then, and talk a little bit now more about like who Doraemon is and what like this media franchise is actually about. So yeah, what is Doraemon, anyways? Well, it turns out that he is actually supposed to be a cat-shaped robot or robotic cat who comes from the 22nd century, so he comes from the future from our perspective. And one of his notable features, as you might notice, and is highlighted on this image here, is that on his belly he has this pocket. And inside the pocket is basically infinite storage space. It's basically a portable hammer space, if you will, or a portable pocket dimension. You can also think of it that way. And in this pocket, he keeps many futuristic gadgets that he brought from the 22nd century. There have been attempts by both official sources and fans to try and keep track of just how many gadgets Doraemon has. Well, the counts vary because it kind of depends, by the standards of what you count as a gadget, or like whether certain gadgets count as one thing or more than one. And of course there's also things like are you only counting gadgets that were introduced in the manga, or like do you also count stuff that the anime came up with that wasn't based on stuff from the manga and things like that. So the actual count can vary, but it kind of doesn't matter which way you count it. Throughout the entire Doraemon franchise, there have been like well over 1,000 gadgets that have been featured in there. So yeah, Doraemon has a lot of these interesting little gadgets, and many of these gadgets like appear for one story and then just are never used again. But there are a number of gadgets that are very iconic to fans of the show, and they reappear over and over again in many different stories. And so I've given a few examples here. So definitely I would say like one of the most iconic Doraemon gadgets is at least what I've translated as the bamboo copter. The original Japanese name is a takekapta. And so this is something that is it's actually pictured on this slide. So in the top row of gadgets there, it's the second from the left. It's a thing that looks like a propeller with a rod below it, and it's basically a hat that you can wear on your head, and the propeller turns and you can fly with it. So it's basically a flying machine, a personal one. You don't actually have to wear it on your head, but usually in the show, like you see characters wearing it on their head. Now, this gadget is actually based on a toy that is widely known in East Asia. I think it originates in China, actually. So the Chinese name for that toy actually translates to bamboo dragonfly, and it's basically traditionally made out of bamboo, but nowadays you can get them made out of plastic or whatever. And it's like two propellers with a long rod coming down from them. You can rub the rod between your palms, and then you can kind of let it go as you do that, and as you do, you cause it to spin, and it will fly a short distance. So it's a little kind of flying toy for kids, basically, and that's what this particular gadget is based on. So in this franchise, it has become like an actual flying machine that a person can use to fly with. another very iconic gadget from the Doraemon franchise, which is not pictured on this slide, is the Anywhere door. The Anywhere door is basically this big pink doorway, and it can create a portal to anywhere you want to go on Earth. You just have to think of where you want to go. You open the door and you step through it, and there you are. So very, very handy gadget, that's for sure. Actually, it's not only limited to places on Earth, but it does have in the manga it is established that it has a limit of like a certain number of light years away from its location. So you can't get it to like an infinitely far galaxy or anything, but you could get to some places in space. And it doesn't work if the door is not programmed with a map of a certain time period in it. So, like, if you travel back to the Cretaceous, the Anywhere door might not be able to work because it might not have a map of the Cretaceous to work with, which is something that the characters run into in some of the stories. But in any case, under most circumstances, this is a gadget that I think would be very handy to have. In fact, if you asked me what Doraemon gadget that I would like to have, and I could only pick one, I would probably say the Anywhere door. It just saves so much on travel, and I have to travel sometimes, and sometimes quite a ways. So I would love to have something like that. And in fact, polls in Japan indicate that I'm not alone in this, because I think the Anywhere door has been voted in Japan as like the most wanted Doraemon gadget among the general populace. So yeah, that tells you something. And I alluded to kind of traveling to the Cretaceous earlier. So as you might be able to guess, Doraemon also has a time machine. And so the time machine is pictured on the slide. So it's on left here. It is basically the thing in the middle that looks a little bit like a flying carpet. So that is Doraemon's time machine. You ride on it through like the time stream. Essentially, there are various controls on there to control when and where you want to go. Doraemon usually actually does not keep his time machine inside his pocket, but instead he has it parked inside a drawer. We'll get to whose drawer that is in a moment. But basically, whenever like Doraemon and the other characters go on these time travel adventures, they climb in through the desk drawer to get to the time machine. Now, Doraemon, in terms of his character traits, just to list a few notable ones that are particularly well known, he's afraid of mice. He has a very crippling fear of mice, in fact. So if he sees a mouse or even has the idea that there might be a mouse out there, he basically loses any semblance of reason. And it's supposed to be ironic because he's actually supposed to be a cat-shaped robot, right? So he's actually, but he's afraid of mice. So that's meant to be kind of funny. Now, in universe, in the story, there's a reason he's afraid of mice, and that is because, as you might notice, Doraemon does not have visible ears, and that's one of the things that makes him hard to recognize as a cat. But in the story, when Doraemon was first created, he did have big triangular ears on his head. However, there was an accident in which his ears got chewed off by a mouse, and so unfortunately they weren't able to replace his ears, and so now he has this really, really crippling fear of mice, and so that's the story there. Doraemon's favorite food is a type of Japanese snack called dorayaki. And dorayaki, if you've never seen it before, it basically looks like two small pancakes sandwiched together, and between them they usually have a red bean paste inside. And although like people have made other types of dorayaki with substituting different types of flavors, but the traditional version is the red bean paste version. I think if you go to many like Japanese restaurants, you can probably get a chance to sample dorayaki. Certainly in Japan and also in Taiwan, if you go out and buy dorayaki at like convenience stores, for example, oftentimes they will have Doraemon's face printed on them because like he is like so strongly associated with this particular food. So that's all fun. It's basically like inextricably linked to him. And in terms of what Doraemon's deal is, like what does he do in the story? The premise of the entire franchise is that Doraemon has traveled from the 22nd century into are present, basically. Of course, depending on exactly which continuity you're reading, like the manga or or one of the anime series, exactly when the present is varies. It might be in the 20th century or the 21st century. But in any case, he has traveled to the present in order to help a very unlucky and mostly talentless grade school boy named Nobita. And the reason that Doraemon comes to help him specifically is that he was actually sent by Nobita's descendants, because it turns out that Nobita is such a screw up that he's basically going to cause like his descendants to live in poverty for like even far into the future. Like his great grandchildren aren't going to have a good life. And so they sent Doraemon back from the 22nd century to basically help him out with these futuristic gadgets and try to turn his life around and hopefully make things better. And so that's basically the basic premise of the franchise. And so all of these things that I just described are things that I would say are well known in regions where Doraemon is popular. Like you can ask almost anyone like who even has a passing familiarity with this franchise, and they'll probably be aware of at least most of these things that I just described. Do you have anything to add to this before we go on?
Not particularly. I think this is a pretty good introduction so far.
Okay, that's good. Okay, so let's go on and meet some of the other main characters in the franchise besides Doraemon then. So first of all, you've already met Doraemon here, of course, and now you get to see a picture of Nobita. So he's the kid in the yellow shirt with the glasses, and yeah, I basically already kind of described what he's like. He's very unlucky. He always gets bullied. He gets poor grades in school, and he's not good at much of anything, with some exceptions. So yeah, he's kind of a hapless kid. So Doraemon is basically trying to help him and turn his life around. And the other main characters in the show are mostly Nobita's classmates and friends who hang out with him a lot. Now that's for a certain value of friend, as we shall see. But other than Doraemon, Nobita's best friend is probably this girl on the right, Shizuka. And most of the time, she's the only girl in the main group, which is kind of an archaic trope, I guess, where you have a group of characters, but there's only one girl. But yeah, you have to remember that this franchise began in the tail end of 1960s, and in practice like in the 1970s. So it would have been a pretty common trope in media back then, but in the modern day it does stand out a little bit. And Shizuka in general is a very nice kid, and very smart. She's one of the top students in class. She does have a little bit of an edge to her, so if people make her mad, she lets them know about it. She's Nobita's best friend, and they hang out together quite a bit, as is often the case in this kind of children's franchise. Nobita has a crush on her. And so a lot of the time when he borrows Doraemon's gadgets, it's for the purpose of trying to impress Shizuka, or sad to say, in some cases to try and invade her privacy, which is not some of his best moments. Then there are these other two boys here, and these two characters, I would say they're Nobita's friends in quotes, because most of the time they seem to spend a lot more time picking on him instead. But even though we do see like all these kids like hanging out together, right, and playing together quite a bit, but yeah, like it often happens that, for example, the big kid in the orange shirt, Giant, he's basically like the neighborhood bully. Like he goes around, he makes other kids like give him things, or he takes their things without their permission and just never gives them back. He beats up people when he gets mad at them. So yeah, like you're pretty typical schoolyard bully. Giant is his nickname. It's supposed to be a play on giant. So his real name is Takashi, but most of the time like the other kids call him Giant. So you see the name Takashi a lot less. There's also kind of a recurring gag where basically Giant aspires to be a popular singer. So he makes everybody come to like these concerts he holds in the neighborhood and sings for them. Except the joke is that he's an absolutely terrible singer, and so everybody is deathly afraid of attending these these concerts. It's to the point where there are all kinds of jokes about how his singing can be weaponized, and is a danger to human health and so on. So yeah, that's one of the ways in which he kind of terrorizes the other kids, even if he doesn't think he is being terrifying by doing it. Then there is Suneo, the kid in green. He has a very distinctive-looking face that's kind of pointed. Many times in the series, he's compared to Fox in terms of his appearance. Like he often like hangs around Giant and is kind of like the bully's sidekick essentially. So a lot of times like he's the one who comes up with like the sneaky ideas like, oh, you should ambush Nobita here, or things like that, or we should try this so we can take that gadget from him. He also comes from a very rich family, so a lot of the times, many of the stories start out with Suneo kind of bragging to all the other kids, like, look at this cool toy that I got, or something. It's too bad that you guys can't afford things like this. Yeah, he's kind of a snob. So yeah, like he gets on the others' nerves quite a bit too. But that being said, like Suneo is kind of a cunning and crafty sort. So like he's not always like mindlessly following Giant like all the time. Like he will be nice to other people like if it's advantageous to him. And there are like many occasions in the series where he warns people if Giant is coming, or like if he's about to hold another concert or something like that. So he basically kind of does what he thinks is best for his position. So all of this together means that this is a very, very strange friend group. Like you have to wonder like why are Nobita's closest friends like or some of his closest friends like the main people who pick on him. Why is a model student like Shizuka hanging out with like these two bullies and a guy who creeps on her sometimes? Like it's very strange. That being said, that is their typical dynamic in the main series. But in the movies, things are a little different. So Doraemon has movies, as we've kind of already mentioned. And in the movies, the main character's positive traits tend to get emphasized a lot more. So they show that Nobita's not good at a lot, and he's kind of lazy, and he's not good at school, but he has a very kind heart. He empathizes with others and listens to their pays attention to their misfortunes. Giant is kind of brash and headstrong, but he does care about his friends deep down, and he'll always like stand up for them if they're in danger. And Suneo is kind of the one where he's like. He's often one who's like the contrarian in the group. So he'll often be like, do we really have to go on this adventure? Like, isn't it safer to like not? But like in the end, like he eventually gets peer pressured by the others into doing the right thing. So yeah, it's kind of funny. You might have like a pretty different impression of these characters if you watch the movies versus the regular kind of series. But in any case, their main character traits are well known. Obviously Doraemon is the mascot of the entire franchise, but like pretty much everyone on this slide is like almost equally well known in Japan and are like iconic characters, and their roles in the series are very well known. Now, there is one character on here that I haven't talked about yet, and as you might have already noticed, there's this other robot, the yellow one on the left, and that is Dorami, who is Doraemon's sister, and you might be wondering, how on earth does a robot have a sister? And so the lore behind that is that the fuel that they run on basically came from the same can, and so that's the reason that they're considered siblings. Now, Dorami is not really a main character. Like she doesn't appear in every episode, for example. But she's like a notable recurring character. She does appear in the movie we're going to talk about today, and she also appears on a lot of merchandise as well for the series. And so I figured that I would still give an introduction to her here. She spends most of her time in the 22nd century, taking care of Nobita's descendants. But every now and then she'll show up in the present, usually like when Doraemon is indisposed and needs somebody else to sub in to take care of Nobita for some reason or another. A lot of times she shows up to remind Doraemon to get a health checkup because robots need to do that. And a lot of time Doraemon is very unwilling to go because partly because he's scared of the doctor, partly because he's worried that Nobita won't have anyone to take care of him. So yeah, that's kind of a recurring subplot. And in terms of her character, like Dorami is kind of a foil to Doraemon, because Doraemon, he's this, by our standards, he's this very advanced robot from the future. But in the 22nd century, he's actually supposed to be kind of defective. So he's not always like super reliable most of the time. And like sometimes he gives pretty bad advice. He doesn't always have the best judgment. So yeah, he can be a bit of a screw up himself sometimes. Whereas Dorami is like kind of a top of the line robot, so like she can basically do everything Doraemon can do, but better, and she's a lot more sensible and level headed a lot of the time. So that's kind of the kind of contrast that they have going on. But in the end, Doraemon and Nobita are still like best friends, so like they can't spend too much time apart. And so yeah, that's I think that about suffices for a general overview of the characters. Do you have anything to add to this?
Not particularly, but I know like just the little that I've seen of the show, I definitely view the friend dynamics are very interesting. But it is kind of reminiscent of like some friend groups that I've known.
Yeah.
Where like people will like pick on each other, but mostly it's like tongue in cheek for fun. Like they're kind of in on the jokes.
Mm-hmm.
Everyone all together. I can kind of understand that dynamic here.
Right.
If anything, it makes for some very interesting situations.
Yes, absolutely. All right then. So that's the basic kind of setting and story of the franchise. So let's talk about like the actual media themselves, right? These the main entries in the media, because yeah, Doraemon has a lot of like spin-off things that come off it just because it's such a popular franchise. So there are things like video games, there are like educational books, and you name it. Like almost any kind of media, Doraemon has dipped its toes into every now and then. But in terms of like the core of the franchise that the rest of the franchise is built upon. The original, of course, is the manga, which was published between 1969 to 1996, which was actually up until the author's death, essentially. The author of Doraemon is Fujiko F. Fujio. And if you've done some casual reading about Doraemon, you might have come across the claim that Doraemon has two creators. And the reason that this statement exists is because the name Fujiko Fujio, notice without the F in the middle, Fujiko Fujio is actually the pen name of two manga artists. They were close friends and collaborators, and they kind of set up a kind of company together. And so this company, of course, published like all kinds of manga, including Doraemon. And it is true that in the early days of collaboration, they actually did work on a lot of like works in direct collaboration, where like they would like draw the manga together and write the manga together. But they also each of the members of Fujiko Fujio worked on like their individual kind of projects as well. And so after they split apart, which they eventually did, which was mostly for reasons of like not wanting to make like money and copyright matters complicated if one of them passed, or when one of them passed away. When they eventually split apart, the works that were primarily worked on by like one or the other would be credited differently, and so one of them used the name Fujiko F. Fujio, and Doraemon was primarily his work, and the other member of the duo would be credited as Fujiko A. Fujio, so that's the difference there. So Doraemon was primarily the work of Fujiko F. Fujio, even though it is under the umbrella of like the Fujiko Fujio projects. So, like, Doraemon kind of has two creators, but it was mostly the work of one person. So Fujiko F. Fujio actually did like a lot of different manga, primarily but not exclusively for children. And however, Doraemon is by far his most well-known work, and by far like the biggest franchise out of all of these. The manga, as is often the case, has been made into anime series, and I'm using series in plural here because it's been made into multiple series. The first time that was adapted into a series was in 1973. That series only ran for about a year, and there's almost no surviving footage of it, or at least like what surviving footage there is of it has not been released to the public, and so it's essentially lost media at this point. So if you look up the 1973 Doraemon series, yeah, you'll find it on like you'll find it being talked about on like lost media websites and such. And it's a series that I think didn't really do very well, and so it is almost never officially acknowledged today. So it's kind of like the one like Doraemon anime series that like we don't talk about. Like that thing doesn't exist basically. Instead, it's the ones that came later are much more famous. So there was the second attempt at a Doraemon anime series, which started in 1979, and this I call the classic series. And it ran all the way until 2005, so it had quite a long run. And in fact, at the end of it, it totaled over 1,800 episodes, which is incredible. Now, by episodes here, I'm really counting like individual story segments. So Doraemon is one of those shows, as is the case with many cartoons, where like most of the individual story segments might only be like 10 to 12 minutes long, but like when it's aired on television, they'll like combine like multiple stories, like usually two or so, and then kind of air them as one block basically. But like even considering that, like 1,800 is a lot of different stories to tell. So yeah, it went on for quite a while, and if you know anyone who grew up watching Doraemon before the mid 2000s, this is almost certainly the series that they remember. And I definitely watched the series a little, and I would say a bit more than a little. Okay, like the reason I say a little is because I definitely haven't seen most of these 1,800 episodes, but I did like watch it pretty often when I was growing up. So yeah, I would say like I'm pretty familiar with the classic series. But starting in 2005, they did a reboot of the series with a different art style and different voice actors, because of course, the previous voice actors were getting on in the years at that point. The reboot series has a slightly different art style, and I realize now looking at this that I did not pick like maybe the most representative pictures of this, because the picture I picked for the old series, which is in the middle here, is like a promotional image that is very saturated in color. So it looks very bright. But if you actually look like at the episodes or the movies from that time, you'll see that the colors aren't actually so saturated in the actual show. Whereas in the new series, they definitely look a lot brighter if you put screenshots of the two shows side by side. And in general, there are some minor changes to the character designs too. The new series actually sticks a little bit closer to the character designs from the original manga. Like the most obvious example of this is like Shizuka's hair color. It was brown in the old series for some reason. I don't know why. But in the new series they changed it back to black, which was the original kind of color in the manga. And the reboot series started in 2005, and it is still going. And at this point, because it is still airing, so I'm not gonna, I didn't bother to look up the very very latest episode count, but definitely well over 1,300 story segments at this point. And it's still airing new episodes almost every week. So yeah, this is it's still very much going strong. The manga, in contrast, like there isn't any new Doraemon manga coming out. It ended when the creator passed away. But the anime series is definitely like it's still making new episodes. Along with the main like anime series that airs on television, there have also been movies that have been made accompanying the show. And the movies, in fact, have been released almost every year since 1980. So as of this year, there are now 44 movies in the franchise. It's pretty amazing that like a franchise like this has been able to keep producing like movies, so many movies like for all this time, and they've hardly skipped any years. I think like a couple years there have been a couple years where there haven't been any Doraemon movies, but like they're very much in the exceptions. If you're doing the math, you might say like, oh wait, it sounds like they haven't skipped any years at all. If you count how many years there have been, the reason for that is because there have been a couple years where they've released more than one movie. And that's because there have been a couple movies in the franchise that come in a little bit of a different format from the others. And I'm not going to go into that distinction now. But disregarding that, there have been 44 movies in total in the entire franchise so far, and they've come out almost every year, including this year. The one this year has came out back in March. Now, being such a long runner, both the anime and the manga, and being so popular, it is almost astonishing that it is so unknown in the Anglosphere, right? And so I would say one of the main reasons that in most English-speaking countries, Doraemon is not well known is because it just has not been released very widely in English. That has started to change a little bit in recent years, but I would say that it hasn't really taken off. So starting in 2014, there was a English dub of the 2005 anime airing in the USA. And that was like kind of the first time that Doraemon had aired in English in the United States. However, like that dub aired for 2 seasons, and it just kind of disappeared quietly without much fanfare. And in some ways, I think partly that's because it wasn't advertised as heavily as perhaps it could have been. But also another reason might be that it was pretty heavily criticized for the changes it made to the anime. Because it turns out that the 2014 US dub, it not only like gave most of the characters like different names, like to make them sound like more like English names, but it also like even changed like some of the visuals in the anime to make it seem more Western, I guess. So like they would change things like the utensils that the characters were using, like the food that they were eating, the money they were using, things like that. Or like the signs, they would redraw them to be written in English. And I think some people didn't take too kindly to those kinds of changes that they made. And there was also various things with censorship and kind of changing the actual content of the stories as well. That version didn't really take off, although like I think it did expose like more people in the U.S. to Doraemon, but in the end it still wasn't able to get very popular. In 2015, another English dub of the 2005 anime also aired in the UK, and this was dubbed by a different team, and from what I've seen, it's a lot more faithful to the original anime. However, that one was also not very well known either, and it also kind of died a quiet death, you could say. It kind of just they just stopped producing new episodes for it, and it never got picked up again. And in fact, the 2015 UK dub is kind of weird because it is so unknown that it is partially lost media. Like there's a page for it on the lost media wiki because some of the episodes from it apparently just no one recorded it, or at least if someone has, they've never released them to the general public. And so like a lot of the episodes they've aired and have just disappeared, and this is kind of remarkable to me because this aired in 2015, so it's a very recent kind of thing, and yet like it can just like disappear into the ether like that. So we've had a very limited release for the 2005 anime in English. So a select number of episodes have been dubbed into English in either the US or UK dub or both. But that's it pretty much. As for the manga, I think in the mid to late 2010s. An official English translation for the manga started being released. And in fact, from what I've heard, it actually covers most of the manga. So almost every manga story, to my knowledge, has actually been translated into English officially. The tricky thing about this one is that these official English translations have only been released on Kindle, and it's only regionally available in the US and in Canada, which means people from other parts of the world would have trouble getting these these English translations, especially if they don't use Kindle in the first place. So yeah, that's kind of a shame, because yeah, like I myself, I prefer like paper books over ebooks, and I don't use Kindle very much, even though I do have like an account. So that's pretty unfortunate, which means that once again this is kind of a lost opportunity for Doraemon to become better known in the Anglosphere. I will say something I found out recently. If you don't live in the US or Canada and you have a Kindle account, it is actually pretty easy to change your address on there to make it think that you are living in one of those regions. So hint, hint. But for the sake of completeness, I should mention there are paper versions of the Doraemon manga that have been released in English. Now these actually you might be able to get internationally, like all over the world, by ordering them from Japan. So it turns out that these English releases, they were originally released in Japan to help Japanese people learn English. And so if you read one of these paper like versions, it's got like English and Japanese in them, so they're technically like bilingual releases. You probably won't see them like on the market, like in bookstores and such, if you're not living in Japan or other parts of Asia. But you can order them online, and in a way that might be easier than, or at least more practical than getting a Kindle account if you're not a Kindle fan. It's only had a very, very limited release in English overall, and a lot of the times, even if you do want to see it in English, you have to like use like very roundabout ways to even do so. And so I guess it's not so much of a surprise that it hasn't really taken off in English-speaking countries, at least most of them. Now, one final thing I'll say about this is that the 2014 US dub of Doraemon, it was the first time that Doraemon had aired in the US, but it actually was not the first attempt at a Doraemon English dub. There were earlier ones. The trouble is, like, many of them never really got off the ground and just never aired publicly, or they were released in like very localized regions and never made it into like any of the larger countries. So if you want to learn more about the history of Doraemon English dubbing, there's actually a really interesting series of videos on YouTube by the YouTuber, let me look this up, Yui Haruhara. They have a playlist that's like all about like the history of Doraemon English dubs, and it's actually quite comprehensive. So if you're curious about that, you can check that out, and we'll definitely leave a link to that in the description. But yeah, so that's kind of a brief overview of the kind of the main components of Doraemon media. Do you have anything to add to this?
Well, I think two things in particular stick out to me.
Mm-hmm.
Well, the first is kind of how old like Doraemon is as far as like manga goes, because I know like some of the earliest manga, Osamu Tezuka's work,
Mm-hmm.
that was in the 50s,
Right.
and here we have Doraemon coming out like at the tail end of the 60s.
Mm-hmm.
It's kind of interesting to see just how long that has lasted
Right.
through time, but also just on the other hand, kind of the consistency of Doraemon.
Uh-huh.
The thing that I'm noticing, like, who Doraemon is, what his character's about, and what he can do, and his co-stars.
Right.
Like, from what I've seen, like, they have stayed the same since that original manga.
Pretty much, yeah.
Barring a few, like, subtle changes, like hair color, for example, right? Which is funny to me because, I mean, you mentioned, like, Doraemon has, like, Mickey Mouse level status
Right.
in Japan and in East Asia. But, like, even here in the States, like Mickey Mouse, there has been little consistency with that character. It seems over the decades, half the time the Disney studio has no idea what to do with him.
Right.
Like, there have been all these attempts to, like, reboot him with different traits or in different stories, and most of the time it never really works. Which is funny compared to like his co-stars, like Donald Duck and Goofy. Like,
right. Yeah.
they've pretty much been the same since their inception. One's an angry bird and one's a goofy dog.
Right.
It's just that's just what you do. With Mickey, it's like they can never really figure out what to do with him because he's kind of like the everyman, the straight man, right?
Right, right.
And from what I've heard, like that can get pretty boring once in a while when you have co-stars who are clearly more interesting than you. Um, and so like, I'm very impressed with how much Doraemon has been able to kind of keep its formula the same all these years and like stay consistent with it too. I mean, like you said, like almost annual releases of films. Like that's pretty great.
Yeah.
I always thought that was just kind of interesting to me.
Yeah. Absolutely, and that's a very good point. Honestly, yeah, you're right. Like the main characters and their core kind of character traits they have pretty much stayed the same throughout this entire history. Yeah, I think that's part of what kind of makes them so iconic is just they have such clearly defined kind of characters that yeah, it's very easy to get to know them, I guess, as it were. And yeah, of course, there have been like some subtle changes to keep up with the times and all that in terms of like how the stories are presented and such. But yeah, overall, like things are largely the same. Like you're absolutely right there. It is quite noteworthy that it's been able to keep this up for so very long. Um, all right then. So that's kind of like a not so brief introduction to the franchise of Doraemon. And believe me, I could go on for longer, but I think we do want to get to our main kind of topic here. So let's go on to the next slide and introduce the specific story that we're going to be covering in this episode. What we are actually going to review this time. And so the story that we're going to review is called Nobita and the Birth of Japan, and it is one of the Doraemon movies. Technically, it is two of the Doraemon movies, as we shall see. So Nobita and the Birth of Japan was originally it came out as a manga. So the Doraemon movies that came out during the author's lifetime, before he passed away in 1996, most of the Doraemon movies had like a manga counterpart that they were based on, and so this was one of them, and it came out in 1989. The way that the Doraemon manga was originally released is that it came out in children's magazines that were distributed to kids in Japan. And then after their original publication in the magazines, they would be compiled into like print books, and then kind of sold in bookstores and such. And so with the movie mangas, they would be like released in parts as different chapters in like the kids magazines, and then eventually they would be compiled into one long story and then released as books. And to this day, like you can get these mangas like in Japanese bookstores and such. So yeah, it was originally a 1989 manga. So it was a story that the original author came up with. 1989 for the manga is the release date of like the print volume. So I should clarify that. And then kind of accompanying this manga is the movie, which also came out in 1989, and it roughly follows the same story as the manga does. In fact, I would say it follows it very closely. In fact, and that's usually the case for these Doraemon movies that have like manga counterparts. Like they're basically adaptations directly from the manga. And so this originally came out in 1989. However, the movies that have come out after the author's passing, so from 1998 onwards, 1997 had the final movie that the author actually had a hand in working on. So from 1998 onwards, the movies had to come up with their own original stories that weren't directly based on like entire plots that the author had come up with. Sometimes that would be based on some of the shorter manga stories, but they kind of extended out into like a longer like movie length adventure. And sometimes it would be just like a completely fresh original idea. But in any case, yeah, the movies that have come out since the author's passing have either been new original stories that don't have a direct manga counterpart, at least not originally, although some of them kind of like retroactively like also like produced manga counterparts to the movies, but the movie wasn't originally based on like a manga. Something else that they started doing after the 2005 reboot of the anime was they started to remake some of the older movies in the franchise. So they would basically like redo the same story from like one of the oldest movies in the franchise, and then update it with like a new shiny art style. Sometimes they would make certain changes to the story. How much it's changed varies from remake to remake, and so the movie that we're going to focus on today is in fact one of these movie remakes. So it came out in 2016, and it is a remake of the original Nobita and the Birth of Japan, which first came out in 1989. So it's basically a new version of the same story, with the updated art style, new voice actors, and some changes to the story. So I guess that probably suffices as an introduction to the work. I guess we can talk about our impressions of the work itself in a bit. But just to clarify this, I suppose, we are going to focus on like the remake movie for this particular review. So we're not going to talk too much about the original movie or the manga. I might bring up some differences that they have where it's relevant, but yeah, like when it comes to like in terms of like our opinions about this movie, we are talking about the remake, and in terms of like the material we're going to show, it's mostly going to be from the remake. So yeah, are you ready to continue, or do you have anything to add?
Oh yeah, for sure. I guess also just to specify, like, Albert, you've watched both films and read the manga, right? Okay. I've just watched this movie that we're going to talk about, the 2016 remake, and I have read the manga, but I have not seen the 89 movie.
Right.
So just to kind of clarify where we're at here.
Yeah, that's good to specify indeed. Yeah, I will say, and I've told you this before, but for the sake of our audience, I will say that the 89 movie is very, very close to the manga. Like I would say like as a first order approximation, there's basically no change to the story in terms of the in terms of the adaptation. So yeah, if you read the manga, you have a pretty good sense of what the movie, the original version of the movie is like. But yeah, the 2016 movie, it does follow the story pretty closely, but it also makes a few pretty substantial changes. So yeah, that is worth keeping in mind. Okay then. So I guess we can finally talk about like our actual opinions about this movie then. Okay. So how should we do this? So we're not going to give out any spoilers just yet. Just to talk about what we think about this movie. So I will say, so obviously we come from very different backgrounds in terms of our experience with Doraemon. Like up until recently, like you had barely seen anything Doraemon related, and whereas I like basically grew up with Doraemon, and in fact like I read the original like Birth of Japan manga when I was little. So I guess we come from very different backgrounds when it comes to like our experience with this movie. Like for the record, like I have seen like all the Doraemon films except for the one that came out just this year, and I would say like this is one of, if not my favorite Doraemon films. I think it does a lot of things very well. I think it establishes the setting and the characters very well, and it has a pretty well-rounded story. I feel, and a really interesting premise, which we'll get to soon. And I guess to explain the story in spoiler-free terms. The story is called Nobita and the Birth of Japan, because in this movie, the main characters travel back in time to the Paleolithic period of Japan and essentially witness like the original peopling of Japan, where humans first arrived in Japan, and so that's kind of the reason why it's called Nobita and the Birth of Japan. And as for the reasons why they travel back in time and how they get caught up in this whole human story, we will get to in our more detailed review. but yeah, like I think like that premise is pretty interesting, and overall I think it's a very well done movie, and in fact I would recommend like this version of Birth of Japan over the original version of the original movie. So like if you only want to watch one of these two different versions, I actually would recommend this one, which is not the case for all the remakes. I'll tell you that. And I'll add because I've seen I've seen all of the Doraemon movies, and so I actually went to the trouble of writing up reviews for all of them on my Tumblr blog, which I'll link in the description below. And so if you want to get more of my thoughts on each of these movies, if you can, you're welcome to do so. The part of the reason that I was motivated to write those, and as well as to make this episode in the first place, is that you you don't see people reviewing Doraemon movies very much. Like it's certainly not in the English speaking like corner of the internet. And part of the reason for that, I'm sure, is because of how little known it is in the Anglosphere. But another part of it is weird to me because I follow some creators who review foreign animated films. And sometimes they're very, very obscure foreign animated films that probably most people have hardly ever heard of. And meanwhile, there's this big media giant in Japan that releases new animated films every year. And I would say, like, without making any statements about relative quality, like the Doraemon films, I would say they would probably appeal to most people who enjoy, say, the Disney animated films. Like obviously, the main target audience of this franchise is children, but like the stories are often interesting enough, and like the characters are just so distinctive. And of course, there's the nostalgia factor if you live in a region where there's a strong presence of this franchise. That like I know for a fact that a lot of adults enjoy Doraemon as well. And in fact, like I mentioned earlier, like a lot of the merchandise that's come out of this franchise, like a lot of it is not targeted towards kids. Like you have things like cosmetics and furniture and such that probably most kids wouldn't be buying. So it is kind of odd that such a family film like this, a family film franchise like this, has not received much attention from reviewers, even those that otherwise like go out of their way to like find like very obscure things to review. So in a way, we kind of hope to fill that gap at least a little bit. But yeah, that's kind of my general thoughts on this one. So I think that if you've never seen Doraemon before, and like if you've never seen a Doraemon film before, this would be a pretty good one to start with. And in fact, it is the one that you started with, isn't it?
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, just to echo what Albert was saying. Yeah, like I had seen your reviews here and there, and I was kind of cheering you along as you were doing it because like I totally get that feeling of like just exploring a piece of media that you care about deeply. So I was certainly very intrigued to kind of look at this myself and see, what I would get out of it and how I would feel about it. And so I think I kind of had the idea already, but I asked you to be sure about which movie I should start with at least, and definitely this one, the remake. I mean, I was quite impressed as far as like animated films go at just how much they're able to add into a film like this. Because yeah, plot wise, like you can explain the plot and it's pretty simple, but then there's like a lot of layers and subplots to that that it's kind of mind-boggling a little bit. I was explaining to my sister about having just watched this movie and kind of going through the plot, and I remember as I'm like describing everything that happened in the movie, I just keep like listing things that happen, the scenes and events. And I got to a point where my sister actually asked me, "Are you sure this is a film for children?" It seems pretty extensive. And like honestly, for me, like that's kind of the charm. I mean, even like just with the base characters themselves, like to have like Doraemon, this robot who can just pull out all of these different devices And like we'll talk about some of these as we discuss the film because, of course, they're very relevant to the plot. And but it's just impressive with just how much they could come up with for Doraemon, just all of these gadgets, and have them like work into the story in very neat ways. Um, I thought plot wise it was great. It was such an interesting premise and how they executed it, but as well as just the fact that how much they veered off in different directions with that premise.
Right.
Like it's one thing to say, "Oh, we're gonna go back in time to early Japan," and it's another to like say that, and then and then this happens, and then from that this happens. Oh, and then this is also going on in the background that comes into prevalence with this, and it just goes in all these different directions, and it's very engaging how they do it. Of course, I think it really helps to have a cast like this who is genuinely very likable. I mean, we described these characters, of course, already, but I don't think I can specify enough how much they work well together. Like they're funny, they're charming, like they genuinely care about each other, and you want to care about them as well. These kids who are just so creative and full of imagination, and just the situations they get themselves in. Like it's really eye catching and neat and different for a change. It really reminds you about like yourself growing up and like the kind of games that you would make up with your school friends or neighborhood friends, and just how many directions those could go into. So to kind of see that presented, on a big screen like this in successive movies, because from the time of recording, I've seen 2 other Doraemon films.
Right.
Granted, those were 2 from the earlier era, but like they pretty much follow the same formula, where you have a simple premise and they just take it in all these neat directions, and it engages you from start to finish. And of course, certainly, like there is a personal academic reason why I enjoyed this film so much, as we'll get into. It was kind of neat to see them tackle subject material like this that, at least here in the States, or in the UK even, I don't really see a lot of discussion on that in popular media. Regarding like the Japanese Paleolithic and how that part of the world was settled, and kind of like what that part of the world was like during the time. Because obviously in the English-speaking world, our frame of reference for Ice Age peoples and the Ice Age is Europe. The so-called Cro-Magnon people, and Neanderthals, for example. When, of course, throughout that whole period, there were large parts of the earth that were settled, even long before Europe, that had their own rich histories. But like those are usually given maybe a couple sentences or maybe a paragraph. That's really about it. When you actually like dig into the literature, as I had done for this review, because I figured we wanted to add a little bit of educational context behind some of the things in this film. There's a lot there. Like there's a whole lot there. There's mountains of literature that's just obscure in the English-speaking world, and I think that alone, like for an animated film like this, to make me want to do a deep dive like that says a lot. And so certainly, like for their target audience for children, I can only imagine. Of course, I don't have the data to back this up, but I can only imagine like this is a series that would probably inspire, and probably has inspired, a lot of kids to like get into science and history and other subject materials. I don't know about technology for sure, because I mean, I'm sure a bunch of kids probably would love to have had something like Doraemon.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Maybe in the future they'll eventually make one.
Gotta
figure out the whole pocket dimension thing, though. That's
exactly. I think you raised some very, very good points. And first of all, is that I think the Doraemon franchise in general like really speaks to like your inner child, and I think that's one of the reasons it's been such an endearing franchise. Because it's just it is one of those things that where it's like all the things you wanted to achieve as a kid, like these are things that the characters in the series can do, thanks to Doraemon, and that it's really fun to see them be able to do that. And yeah, definitely the parallels with like imaginary games that you would play with your friends when you were little. Like yeah, I can definitely relate to that too. In regards to whether or not like Doraemon himself will ever be invented, Doraemon has a canonical birth date. So it is 2112. September 3rd. So we'll see if like he has been invented by then. The other thing that I want to echo that you brought up was that yeah, Doraemon it could be considered a science fiction, right? Like I mean it's a relatively soft science fiction. Like you're not going to get like detailed explanations of how the time machine works or whatnot. But it has a lot of elements, like even just in its base kind of premise that's inspired by things like technological advancement, and certainly a lot of the stories, both the short stories and the movie length ones, are inspired by science and nature, and so yeah, it is really neat to see like what they do with a lot of the subject material. And in this review, we're definitely not only going to review the content of the movie, like as a movie, but also going to discuss like what are some of the scientific references they put into this movie. Like what kind of research did the filmmakers probably do, and did they get it correct or not? So yeah, I'm pretty excited to get to talk about those things. Do you have anything to add before we move on?
I guess I should just mention because I just know like this might happen at some point.
Yeah.
In our comment section, but I've been practicing how to pronounce Doraemon. So if I occasionally slip up and say Doraemon,
Right.
Like I know I'm trying.
Yeah.
Like,
No. You've been doing excellently so far.
Well, thank you.
Yeah. All right. So before we get into the review proper, we'll put our obligatory spoiler warning. So yeah, if you want to watch this film for yourself without being spoiled as to the content, like whatsoever, you should probably pause the video now and go do that, or whenever at your earliest convenience. But for those of you who don't mind or have already seen the film and want to hear what we have to say about it, hop on for the ride. Hope you enjoy it.
Before we move forward, 'cause I know we have these characters pictured here. Should we mention like who the mom and dad are and what they're like?
We can, yeah. Yeah, so right, so because the characters on this slide we haven't really mentioned them yet, other than Doraemon himself. So yeah, these are Nobita's parents. You can't see his dad's face in this screenshot, but he's there. Yeah, and so Nobita's mom is basically in some ways like a stereotypical Asian parent. So yeah, she's very strict with Nobita, scolds him a lot for getting poor grades on tests, like. Always wants him to do chores, and yeah, like a lot of her screen time is basically like telling Nobita off, and so on. So she is a greatly feared member of the household. Nobody crosses her. And his dad is an office worker, so he's usually at work. And he's a bit more laid back than his mom is, but he also will scold Nobita at times too. Nobita's parents know who Doraemon is, and they basically treat him as a member of the family. He's kind of treated as their second child essentially, but like they don't necessarily know like exactly what goes on when the kids go out for adventures and such. So yeah, you get some funny kind of jokes kind of related to that in some of the stories. Yeah, where it's like they think they're just out for a mundane trip, but actually they're like traveling through time, going to uncharted territories and like going to the bottom of the ocean and what have you. So yeah, but they are aware of Doraemon, and they do know he has gadgets. Sometimes they actually will borrow gadgets from him themselves if they happen to need something. But yeah, like overall, like they are kind of like not entirely aware of everything that goes on in Nobita's life. I guess is a thing. So So yeah, but they do have a I would say they do have a fairly notable role in this movie in particular because as we will see, that this movie, like the way it's kick-started is related to the relationship that Nobita has with his parents, and so yeah, they do feature quite a bit in this movie. Not so much as part of the adventure, but as kind of important narrative beats. So that's pretty interesting. And if you're wondering what's going on in the picture to begin with, so Nobita's dad has to take care of his boss's hamster for a little while, and well, Doraemon is afraid of mice, and of course a hamster is not quite a mouse, but it's similar enough that Doraemon is absolutely terrified of it, and so he's like, "Get it away from me! Put it outside!" Um, and so yeah, if you're like Doraemon with the hamster in terms of how you are with spoilers, then you should probably click away right now.
Come back when you've seen the movie.
Right, exactly. Yeah, do we want to jump in?
Yeah, let's do it.
All right. So, the way this is going to work is maybe a little different from ways we've done reviews of movies and shows in the past. Well, okay, I guess in a way it's kind of similar to what we did for Perrine, where we're kind of like not doing like a beat by beat, like a recap, but more just like kind of summarizing and then kind of highlighting some notable scenes or important parts of the story and such. And then, well, what is going to be kind of different is that as we are going through the story here, we're also going to mention the scientific elements of the movie, kind of in conjunction. So we're not going to save all the science stuff until the end. So you don't have to like skip all the way to the end to get to the science. We're gonna inject the science in as we go. So we're gonna try something different in that regard. But anyways, yeah. So Act One, how the movie begins. I mean, these acts aren't like official. We just kind of divided them for our own convenience. But the way the movie starts, we don't actually start right away with the usual main cast of Doraemon. Instead, we see this Paleolithic boy going fishing. And after, a little trial and error, he does manage to catch a fish. He runs back to his village, and then it turns out that everyone in his village is gone. So that's not good. And what's more, it's not just that everybody has disappeared, but like this giant mysterious hole with lightning surrounding it has opened up in the sky, and shock horror, it eventually sucks him in. And then, whoa! So that's a pretty ominous beginning to open on, and it's only after that opening do we actually dive into our time with the usual main cast, who are going about their usual daily lives. But on this particular occasion, it turns out that for some reason or another, all of the kids are upset with their parents. So, yeah. Well, in Nobita's case. He has been scolded by his mom yet again for, first of all, getting a 0 on an exam, which is a recurring thing with him. Like, yeah, he gets zeros a lot on his exams. And also for doodling on the back of his exam instead of paying attention, or at least that's the implication. And so his mom seriously chews him out for it, and even tries to erase the doodle that he did on the back of the exam. I know that probably would have made me mad when I was little. And so Nobita is like, "This is enough. I'm gonna run away from home," and this is something that he actually does like repeatedly in the series, like trying to run away from home. And so Doraemon at this point doesn't think much of it because Nobita has tried this kind of thing before. He's like, "You'll be back in a short while." But some time passes, and of course his friends also, Nobita's friends also don't take his running away attempt very seriously either. But some time passes, and it turns out that everybody else has gotten fed up with their own parents too. Jian is being forced to work at the store that his family runs, and he thinks that they're working him too hard. Sineo is being forced to take a lot of extracurriculars outside of school. In this case, learning a bunch of different languages. Or he comes from a rich family, so they can afford it. And Shizuka is being forced to practice piano, which she is not such a big fan of. And so all of them want some time away from their parents for a while. And so they're like, oh yeah, Nobita was running away from home. Let's go join him. But turns out that in the meantime, Nobita has kind of run into some troubles of his own in terms of trying to run away. And that's the fact that pretty much all land in Japan is owned by someone, which is a really funny kind of plot point, very surprisingly realistic for a kids film like this. So like, yeah, he can't set up like his new home anywhere. And if you're wondering like, oh well, why is he so casual about setting up a home? Well, he borrowed a few gadgets from Doraemon before he left, so he can easily like set up a place to live. The trouble is like nobody will let him like put his new home on their land, and so he can't do that. And so all the kids want to run away, and eventually they run into Doraemon, who reveals that, well, he wants to run away too. And the reason for that, well, we mentioned that earlier. It's because of the hamster, yeah. So it's like, while that hamster is in the house, I don't want to be there either. So now Doraemon is like, okay, I guess we can all run away together, but where should we go? And so they all gather on the hill behind the school, which is a common place that this group of friends gathers, and think about this dilemma. And eventually they come to the conclusion that, you know what? Property laws, they're a concept that was made up by humans, right? So what if we went to a time before there were humans in Japan, and then we can have all the land that we want? And so they're like, oh yeah, we could do that. So because they have Doraemon's time machine, they travel back in time to the Paleolithic and decide to run away from home into the past. So that's how the story begins. Do you have anything to add or any thoughts about this?
Well, I guess like the reasoning that they get to going to the Japanese Paleolithic is very funny, and also kind of like goes into like kind of the science fiction-y aspect of the show, because like all the kids, I guess even Nobita included a little bit, like they're fairly like scientifically literate
right.
in a lot of ways,
right?
Because like right away they're like, well, let's go to a time before there were humans in Japan, and right away they're like, okay, well, we know that the earliest evidence we have is about 30,000 years. So, and of course, Nobita's like, well, let's go 30,001.
Right.
Because Shizuka was like, now, you know, like, just because we have the earliest artifacts doesn't necessarily mean that they are going to be, like, the first evidence.
Right.
So we should probably go a little bit earlier just to be safe. Okay, well, let's go 40,000 years. And then they decide to double it to 60,000 and
right.
then add just 10,000 just to be safe.
Yeah, that's right. So in the end, they end up going to 70,000 years ago in Japan. Yep.
Yeah, and I just thought that's such clever writing.
Yeah.
It's such great writing, which really plays into like how well that this movie does, and just the series in general. Like one of the things that struck me is just the writing. It's just how well they've been able to make these scenarios work out. But I definitely also like echo what you were talking about. I do think it's a very funny plot point about property laws because, like, yeah, like that is a reality that you don't usually see in children's media,
right.
where kids run off to somewhere and it's like, oh, we found some like hidden woods, you know, behind our neighborhood. Let's
right.
go there. When chances are it's probably owned by like somebody,
yeah.
not necessarily somebody who even lives there.
Right.
Because yeah, goodness knows, at least here in the States, in North Carolina, all the land is owned. There's land that's set aside for hunting and for farming, and you can't just like walk in there.
Yeah.
Like there's all kinds of signage and fencing, and usually there's somebody there who will tell you, "Hey, don't go there."
Yeah, right.
And the authorities are usually called somehow. So yeah, it is very surprising to see them just kind of so upfront about that in this movie.
Yeah.
Which I guess is also probably like a good lesson as well. Like, hey kids, if you're thinking of running away from home, don't, because you can't necessarily stay anywhere.
And you don't have a time machine, so.
Yeah. So I think that just works together so well.
Yeah, absolutely. I guess something that comes to my mind about this part of the movie is that I really like how this movie starts off, because right away you get some insight into each of the characters just from this premise. It's like, yeah, like they all get fed up with their parents, but for very different reasons. and I think. I think to an extent that makes them all like they're pretty relatable, or at least goes a long way to doing so. Because who hasn't been upset at their parents at some point or another, right? And so it is a pretty nice like look into like each of them, and it's interesting too because it's like like Nobita gets scolded a lot. Like if you've seen enough of the series, you've seen plenty of that, and Giant doesn't behave in general, so like it's pretty common for him to get told off by his parents, and. But meanwhile, like Suneo, coming from a rich family, he lives a like relatively pampered life, and Shizuka is like this model student. So like, well, why would she want to run away from home? And so, but like in the end, they all have their own reasons, and like and of course, ultimately, like even Doraemon, who is like sort of meant to be like this guardian or child caring robot, like he gets fed up with like the people he lives with, or in this case, like a temporary animal guest that they're living with. And wants to leave home for a bit. So I think I really like that particular element of this movie, and that's one of the reasons why I recommend this one as like a first time like intro to the franchise. But yeah, if we don't have anything to add to this, let's talk about some of the science that we see in this scene. I mean, we've already talked about like the reasoning that they go back to the time that they go to, but there's a little bit more we can talk about because thanks to that cold opening with the Paleolithic boy, we actually get a bit of a glimpse at the Paleolithic world at this time, and we see some of the animals that would have been living during the Pleistocene of, well, I was about to say the Pleistocene of Japan, but as we will learn later in this movie, this kid, the Paleolithic kid, did not originally live in Japan, but his family actually lives in what would become China. And so the scene that the cold opening takes place in, presumably, is supposed to take place in China instead. But it's the same like kind of general region, so we can expect that much of the fauna is going to be pretty similar, and as far as we can tell from the fossil record, they do seem pretty similar in broad strokes, the Pleistocene of Japan and the Pleistocene of northeastern China. So some of the animals that we see in the scene include the ones pictured on this slide. And so 70,000 years ago would have been in the late Pleistocene. So this would have been during the last, it's popularly called the last ice age or the last glacial. Of course, depending on your how technical you want to get. We are technically still in an ice age. We are just in an interglacial phase of an ice age, where the glaciers aren't quite as big as they would be during a glacial phase. But during the time that this scene takes place in, this would have been in a glacial phase of an ice age, and so overall the climate would have been, on average, colder, and we will see later in the movie they show some of the ways that the Earth has changed between then and now. But in terms of the animals that would have been present, a lot of them would have been basically our modern animals, pretty much. Most modern species that we still have today would have already existed at this point. And so many of the animals that are shown in this movie in prehistory are animals that are still alive today. And we can see some examples of this on the left. So during this scene, we get to get a brief look at some rabbits or hares. Now, if you want to get technical, phylogenetically, hares are nested within the rabbits. So hares, you could consider them a lineage, a group of rabbits from a phylogenetic standpoint. How they differ from other rabbits? They tend to be larger than other rabbits. Their legs and ears tend to be longer. One of the most interesting differences that make hares distinctive from other rabbits is that they're not born blind and helpless. So they're born kind of just sort of ready to go. They're fully furred, their eyes are open, they can run around. And in fact, hares in general don't tend to dig burrows. We think of rabbits as being burrow diggers, living in burrows and such. Like obviously, Bugs Bunny is a great burrower, right? But hares actually don't dig burrows. So they just kind of live out in the open. If they want to get away from danger, they might dodge under a bush or something. But yeah, they don't live underground, and they rely a lot more on their speed to try and escape predators. So I did a little bit of research about what types of rabbits, including hares, could be found in this part of the world, and it turns out that pretty much all of the all members of the rabbit group that are native to China today are hares. So there are no like non-hare rabbits in China, at least natively, which is something that surprised me a little bit. In terms of the fossil record, I am not an expert in fossil rabbits. But from what I've been able to find, like I think the most common rabbit-like fossils that are found from the Pleistocene of China are also like members of the hare group specifically. And so if they're going to show like anything rabbit-like from this time period, they're probably supposed to be hares. And so that's that's how I identify them here. And I mentioned earlier that the Paleolithic kid was trying to catch a fish, and while he's doing that, he sees a brown bear doing the same thing. Brown bears, of course, are very widely distributed across the northern hemisphere, and we know from the fossil record that was the case back in the Pleistocene as well. And so showing one here is definitely not something unexpected. And I also show a picture here of the fish that the boy eventually catches. Now, in terms of what this fish is, to me it looks like a salmon or a trout or some other kind of fish from that group. And I did some research into what types of salmon could be found in northeastern Asia. And the closest match that I could find was probably a chum salmon. So that might be what this salmon is intended, or what this fish is intended to be. But I am not a fish expert in the slightest, unless you count birds as fish, or birds and other land vertebrates as fish. So I think if someone who is more familiar with fish than I am can chime in on what kind of fish this is likely to be, feel free to do so. Obviously, there's a possibility that they weren't really going for any specific species of fish, but I would say that broadly it does look like a salmon or something similar to that. So I think that is also like an animal that would not be out of the ordinary for this time and region. And finally, we have our first definite extinct species to show up so far. We have this deer with these big antlers on its head. So this deer reminds me a lot of Megaloceros, which is a very well-known Pleistocene deer that was found across Eurasia, and would be appropriate for this time period. However, after looking at kind of the design of this deer, comparing it with the various different types of Pleistocene deer that have been found, we suspect that it is probably not meant to be Megaloceros, but instead a very closely related genus called Cynomegaceros, which is known from East Asia, including both China and Japan. And there are several different species of Cynomegaceros. The closest match that we were able to find, which is not exact, but I think it's likely to be what they were going for, is Cynomegaceros yabeii, which is a species that is known from Japan specifically. So I guess it is quite likely to be used as a reference point by Japanese animators, or I would expect so. Now, this species is not actually known from China, so I guess if it is meant to be that one, then there might be a little bit of misplaced wildlife here. But there are other species of Cynomegaceros known from China, so it's not really too far-fetched. Cynomegaceros and Megaloceros were interestingly enough, not closely related to the giant deer of today. So they're not closely related to, say, like moose, which are the biggest deer alive in the modern times. And they're not closely related to elk either, even though Megaloceros is sometimes nicknamed the Irish elk. Instead, their closest living relative appears to be a species called the fallow deer, which is actually a really pretty deer that has like these spots like all along its sides and its back. And the fallow deer is smaller than both Megaloceros and Cynomegaceros, but if you take a good look at its antlers, you can definitely see the kind of family resemblance there to those much bigger extinct taxa. So yeah, pretty interesting look at our first like extinct creature here. Do you have anything to add before we go on?
One thing that made me very curious about how the Cynomegaceros is depicted here, and I think we talked a little bit about this, but I'm curious if the animators were kind of playing with the design a little bit, because we have here a picture on the right of a Cynomegaceros yabai mount,
Right.
which shows how the antlers would have looked in real life on this animal. And of course, clearly you can compare that with the animal from the film, and there are some very notable differences there. And even though the deer reminded us of Megaloceros, it's important to note that the kind of front phalanges on the antlers that we see here doesn't appear on Megaloceros. They mainly have the large ones on the back. And so my suspicion is that they may have either exaggerated the features of the Cynomegaceros, or they've kind of maybe intentionally or unintentionally mashed up the two animals together, kind of make a sort of hybrid, which I know animators have done before.
Yep.
In the other films, Lion King comes to mind with Rafiki, because he's a mandrill and he's a baboon.
Right. Yeah.
Two completely different animals. So I'm wondering if they kind of did that here. Now, of course, I guess this is also like this goes for the entire review as well. One thing that we've noticed when doing research for this review is that behind the scenes material, like interviews, concept art, what have you, that may explain some of the decisions that were made for Nobita and the Birth of Japan, are non-existent online.
Basically, yeah.
I think you managed to find like 2 interviews with some of the cast.
Right.
And when those were translated, I mean, they were fairly bare bones. They kind of talk more about the success of the film.
Right.
Because I believe this is like one of the highest grossing animated films that year.
Right, I think so, yeah. Which is common for Doraemon films, yeah.
Yeah, which is just fantastic. But again, like it's also kind of frustrating because for a franchise as popular as this, I'm kind of surprised that there was nothing that we could find regarding like behind the scenes work like we've seen for many other pieces of media, both abroad and here.
Yeah, exactly. And yeah, one more thing I'll add to the deer discussion is that something worth remembering is that deer antlers do get bigger and get more prongs as the animals get older, because they replace their antlers every year, right? And each time like the antlers are likely to grow a little bigger than the last time. So there is going to be some variation between individuals of different ages in regarding the antler morphology. But yeah, you're right. I think there's definitely a non-zero chance that they either exaggerated or took some cues from Megaloceros while designing this animal, and obviously like this animal in the movie is basically a bit part. It's just meant to set the scene, so it's not a creature of much plot relevance or anything. But it is really cool that they evidently did consult some kind of extinct deer to put in this scene to begin with.
Oh yeah, for sure.
All right, so I guess we can continue onward and see how the story develops from here. And so, yeah, the main group of characters, they travel back in time and go to the Pleistocene, and yeah, they find that there's all this unclaimed land that they can use now. And so they quickly get to work to set up a kind of home base of their own. And this is where Doraemon's gadgets come very handy, because, in fact, like this kind of scene, I think is one of my personal favorite parts of Doraemon movies. Like when they just step out into this, unexplored or like unfamiliar world, and then Doraemon just brings out like this whole series of gadgets that helps them like live and travel comfortably, and it's like, oh my goodness, like certainly when I was a kid, and even now, like while watching these kinds of scenes, it would be like, oh man, like I wish like I could do that, like traveling would be so much fun, or you know, like it's these types of scenes are really fun, so I always enjoy them in the Doraemon movies. And so in this particular scene, Doraemon has brought out these outfits for them that look like stereotypical cave people outfits, but they are in fact 22nd century technology. They are climate controlled suits, as the subtitles indicate here, which help them stay warm in this glacial period climate. Oh, and since I mentioned the subtitles, I might as well say this. Yeah, I mentioned earlier that Doraemon does not have many official English releases. You can find like fan-made English subtitles for the Doraemon movies. For yeah, pretty much all the Doraemon movies, in fact, out there. I'm not going to go into detail about how to find these, but if you are curious about these movies, you can find them. That's all I'm saying. I will say that the subtitles do vary in quality. The subtitles for that we were able to find for Birth of Japan 2016 are pretty good. Like I would say, like they're one of the better ones. But so, a few of the movies that I've come across with these fan made subtitles. The quality of the subtitles isn't great. Like you can, in some cases, you can barely understand what they're supposed to say, even though they're in English. So yeah, it's a bit of a luck of the draw, but they're out there. And that's all I'm going to say on that subject. But back to what's happening in the movie. So they get these climate controlled suits, and Doraemon also gives each of them the spear, which is also 22nd century technology, even though it's made to look like Stone Age technology instead. So these spears can actually emit like a powerful like electrical shock that will help them like deal with any dangerous animals that they might come across. So that's the purpose of that one. And then there's a whole series of fun sequences here where they like end up like growing their own food and digging out their own shelter. And by that I don't mean like digging out like a very very basic shelter, but like you know it's got like rooms and like a toilet and like tables and chairs in there. And by growing food, I don't mean just like growing crops, but instead like literally growing like they end up looking like these radishes essentially. But when you split them open, they can be like any kind of food that you want. So you can have like pasta in there, you can have pizza in there, and once you split them open, they're ready to eat. Yeah, I like watching these when I was like, oh man, like, that's such a handy way to get food. That's such a handy way to get shelter. That's such a handy way to just be comfortable in such a sometimes hostile environment. So yeah, it's always a delight to see Doraemon like use his gadgets for these purposes. Obviously, this was the first time that you had seen something like this. Do you have any thoughts?
Well, one thing that kind of struck me, and because I have to remember that it like I can't. Well, maybe I shouldn't look too deeply into this sort of thing, but it's kind of funny how Doraemon has gone back in time.
Mm-hmm.
Well, not in this movie, but like he's gone back in time to help Nobita.
Yeah.
And he has just all of these gadgets at his disposal, which, as we see in this movie, like they can not only grow crops, but like they can create the weather.
Right. Yeah.
To make the crops, like they can have like an artificial sun and rain.
Yep.
That part of me's kind of like, I know he's supposed to go back to help Nobita, that way they can like have a better future. But like, can you imagine like all the stuff he could do for like the world?
Right. Yeah.
And like that could help things in that way.
Right. Right.
But like, I mean, I get it. It is what it is. And I'm sure they probably addressed that at some point, but I just don't know about it. But that always struck me as kind of funny because, like, I mean, if you can make food that makes more food in that way, like that can already go a long way to like saving,
yeah,
that sort of thing, food scarcity. Because yeah, it just goes to show like how creative these technologies are. I mean, like like this, it was the same in like other films that I had seen
Hmm.
so far. Or at least the other one where there's like a purposeful adventure that the kids go
Hmm.
on,
Hmm.
where Doraemon just has all these gadgets ready to set up comfortable living situations
Yeah.
here and there, where they certainly would not have had them before.
Hmm. Yeah, definitely. Yeah, that's definitely something. There's definitely a lot of like I guess overthinking you can do when it comes to like Doraemon's gadgets. And it's definitely a lot of these things do come to mind when I'm like rereading the manga or rewatching like the episodes and movies as an adult. Yeah, like sometimes you have to wonder like what kind of world the 22nd century is because some of Doraemon's gadgets are just like it's hard to believe that some of these gadgets would be available for personal use basically like some of them are just so ridiculously and so ridiculous in terms of their effect and like how far reaching or like what the types of implications that they would have if everybody had one that it's kind of funny to think about I would say and obviously in most of the stories you're not supposed to like think about it that hard. It's just like oh well there's this cool gadget to help the kids and that's it and that's it and some of the shenanigans that ensue because of that. But yeah, it's like if you think hard about like exactly how the society would function if everybody had these gadgets or had a robot with these gadgets, and it's like wow, like how does like the world not descend into chaos basically, and yeah, like in terms of Doraemon like having these gadgets in the first place, I guess just for the record, um, he sometimes does go back to the 22nd century for various reasons, which is sometimes to get new gadgets, but he also orders stuff like directly from the future department stores. So, like in some like the main series, like sometimes like this representative from the future department store would just randomly show up, and it's like, oh, here's the thing that Doraemon ordered, and sometimes like Nobita might be the only one in the room, and so he'll be like, oh, I'll try it out before he gets back, and things like that, and then stuff happens because of that. But sometimes you do have to wonder like why does Doraemon like have some of these gadgets? Like what does he expect to happen where he would have a situation where that he would need to use them? So yeah, no, it's definitely something that you can dive into quite a bit when you end up like looking at a lot of Doraemon media. But I guess with that said, let's continue onward. Because it turns out that they run into quite a lot of animals in this sequence as they start to explore the Pleistocene world. So in some cases, they kind of get on the wrong end of some of these animals, so to speak. So shortly after they arrive, a giant and Cineo end up getting attacked by this bison. And in fact, they actually specifically call it a bison in the movie, so we know that's what it's supposed to be. And so this is quite interesting because bison today only come in two species, so the American bison and the European bison. But we know from the fossil record that during the Pleistocene there were many more species of bison running around. And some of them have indeed been found in Japan. So which of these Pleistocene bison is this one supposed to represent? So the closest match that we were able to find is that it's most likely meant to be the steppe bison, Bison priscus, which has been found in Japan, and it does indeed have quite large horns that spread out like in this wide arc. With that being said, the length of these horns in particular that they've drawn for this bison seem a little bit exaggerated, even for a steppe bison. So they've made the horns just a bit longer and wider than they probably would be on an actual like bison priscus. In this regard, they're a little bit more like the horns of bison latifrons, which is another large bison species from North America, also from the Pleistocene, but not known from Asia. So this might be another example where they either deliberately exaggerated the features or like kind of took some cues from a different species. But certainly it would not be out of the ordinary to come across a bison with big horns in the Pleistocene of Japan. So yeah, that much is accurate. And later on, again, Giant and Suneo, they have a tendency to get into trouble quite a bit on these adventures. Run into this giant salamander, and so this is a really interesting choice. Giant salamanders are a group of salamanders that are still alive today, and in fact, there is one species that is still alive in Japan, the Japanese giant salamander, and there are several other species in China, which used to be considered one species, the Chinese giant salamander, but later, genetic studies resulted in them being split into multiple species. And the giant salamanders are the largest living amphibians in the world. In fact, this is kind of cool. If you've heard of the Disney cartoon series Amphibia, there's a character in there who's like the king of all the amphibians, and he's a giant salamander, and his name is King Andrias. So Andrias is the genus of the giant salamanders that we have today, and so that must have been a deliberate reference. But in any case, giant salamander in Japan is certainly not out of the ordinary. Now, the fossil record of giant salamanders is not great. I know there are I think Pliocene fossils of giant salamanders known from Japan, and it's been estimated that the Chinese and Japanese giant salamander lineages had probably split before then. So certainly, yeah, we can expect to have found giant salamanders at this point in time in this region. With that said, giant salamanders are big, but the one in this film is probably a bit too big, compared to what we know about giant salamanders in real life. Giant salamanders today, the Japanese ones, can get 1.5 meters long, so that's 5 feet or so. And the Chinese ones can get even bigger. At least some of the species can, I think up to 2 meters or over 6 feet. But seeing two 10-year-olds as prey, I think, is pretty unlikely for any of these giant salamanders. And to my knowledge, we don't know of any salamanders that would be big enough to do that in the Pleistocene fossil record. So they had a bit of artistic license here. Now, what's interesting about both the bison and the giant salamander is that in the original version of Nobita and the Birth of Japan, both the manga and the '89 movie originally did not have these two species in it, and instead their roles were taken up by other types of animals instead. So instead of being chased by a bison in the original version of the movie and the manga, Giant and Suneo are chased by a woolly rhinoceros in the original version of the story, and instead of a giant salamander attacking them in the river, they're attacked by an alligator instead in the original. And so, what might be the reason for this change in the remake? And I think my suspicion is that this was to make it actually a bit more scientifically accurate to the timeline and the kind of location that the movie is taking place in, or at least the scene is taking place in, because woolly rhinoceroses are indeed known from the Pleistocene, but so far their fossils have not been found in Japan, as far as I know. And there have been Pleistocene rhino fossils found in Japan of other species, especially Stephanorhinus, a different genus, which was, I think it was closely related to the woolly rhinoceros. But I think the Japanese Stephanorhinus remains only go up until the middle Pleistocene, whereas here they're in the late Pleistocene, and so that would have been too late for any of these rhinos to have still been roaming around, and so they probably replace it with this bison for that reason. And as for the alligator, there actually have been fossils of alligators found in Japan, but I think the youngest ones are from the Pliocene, so that's definitely way too old to still be around. There are other types of crocodilians known from the fossil record later in the Pleistocene in Japan. Particularly, a lot of these were relatives of the Lagarial and Tomistoma, which are two species of crocodilians alive today with these very long and slender snouts. We've talked about those before on one of our news episodes. But the Japanese fossil record of these crocodilians only goes, again, I think, up until the middle Pleistocene as well. And so late Pleistocene, they probably would have been gone. And a very likely reason that the crocodilians disappeared from Japan was probably because of climate, because crocodilians don't like the cold very much. And so during one of these glacial periods, yeah, they probably disappeared from Japan because it got too cold for them. So I suspect that's very likely to be the reason that they replaced like these two different animals from the original with like these different ones. But I think that was a pretty good move, and certainly giant salamander is a pretty good choice, a pretty interesting choice, even if they had to exaggerate its size a bit. Now there are a few other animals that show up in this part of the movie. One that they also specifically point out are these crested ibises, which is really interesting because crested ibises are a species that are still alive today, but barely. So they used to be found like all across much of East Asia. So they used to breed in Japan, in China, and in parts of Russia. And they could also be found in the non-breeding period sometimes in Korea and Taiwan. But unfortunately, crested ibises nowadays are very severely endangered from a combination of factors, including hunting, habitat loss, also poisoning by pesticides. And so nowadays in the wild, they are only restricted to a small part of northwestern China. At least in terms of their natural population. But crested ibises are a pretty iconic species in Japan, and so it's no surprise that they would be featured in a Japanese movie. And in fact, like just from their color scheme, like you can probably see the resemblance to the Japanese flag, right? The rising sun symbol, the big red sun on a white background. It's kind of resembles like a crested ibis in the color scheme. And in fact, the scientific name of crested ibis is Nipponia. So the genus is Nipponia, and Nippon is the Japanese name for Japan. So like this is a species that's very closely associated with Japan. But by the time that the original manga and movie of Birth of Japan came out, crested ibis was already very rare in Japan. And so in the original version of the story, there is also a scene where they see like this big flock of crested ibis during this Pleistocene adventure, and they're like, "Oh, look, crested ibises! Like those are almost extinct, or like very rare in our time." Whereas this remake version actually changes that line, because at this point, like during the early 2000s, crested ibises became extinct in the wild in Japan and became restricted to their current Chinese distribution. And so in this movie, if you watch it, they will say that, "Oh wow, a big flock of crested ibises, those are extinct in our time," which, yeah, that's kind of a sad change to make. The good news is that crested ibises are being bred in captivity at the moment, and there are plans to reintroduce them. And in fact, they have been introduced onto one of the smaller Japanese islands. Like this would be like one of the very small ones, like off the western edge of one of the big islands. I think called a Sado Island is where they have been reintroduced to, and I think they have started breeding in this reintroduced population in the wild. So it hopefully in the future crested ibises will be at least a more common sight across Japan once again, but we'll see. So hopefully their situation does not get any worse. And just for the sake of completeness, we also see like very briefly a tree squirrel in the scene. I don't have much to say about it because it doesn't have much to do in the plot, but it's evidently meant to be like a squirrel of the Sciurus genus, which is the same genus that the eastern gray squirrel that a lot of North Americans are familiar with is classified in. Now there are two species of tree squirrels in Japan of the Sciurus genus that are still alive today, the Eurasian red squirrel and the Japanese squirrel. And both of them have these like little ear tufts on the ends of their ears, making their ears look very pointy. And they've clearly drawn that into this Pleistocene tree squirrel as well, which is, I think is perfectly reasonable. It could well be meant to be like a modern species to begin with. And so, yeah, here are some of the kind of interesting animal scenes and sightings of this part of the movie. Do you have anything to add before we continue?
Well, just two things.
Yeah.
I think what's kind of interesting about the crested ibis is, and I wonder if this is the case in other Japanese media, but it definitely seems like a symbol of Japan before industrialization.
Yeah.
Like, kind of like it represents like what was lost or what has been lost. Because I noticed, I recently rewatched a Studio Ghibli film, Princess Mononoke.
Mm-hmm.
I'm sure animation fans here, or film fans in general, will know what I'm talking about. But the film takes place in medieval Japan, of course, with fantasy elements. Um, and there's a scene where the main character is riding in the wilderness, and in the background there are these kind of pinkish red birds flying around, and they're kind of out in the distance, and they're kind of hard to make out. And it turns out when I went to look at the art book, like they're specifically meant to be the Japanese crested ibis.
Wow.
And so it's kind of interesting to see that there, in what is very clearly an environmentalist film, um, that represents a world that is being lost due to you know human encroachment of a rather poor kind. Um, so I'm curious if like other artists in Japanese media have kind of followed suit, because like now I'm seeing this twice here in Doraemon and in a Studio Ghibli film. Um, I just think that that's interesting to me.
Yeah, for sure.
And I'll also mention the giant salamanders are really fascinating animals because, like, like we have them here in the States.
Yeah.
They're called hellbenders.
Mhm.
It's a different genus, and they're not as big.
Yeah.
And I think also they've recently been split up into a couple species as well. So big things have been happening in the giant salamander world. But what's striking about these animals is that, unlike most of the other salamanders that you might have seen here or in Europe, for example, they're not very accustomed to life on land.
Right.
Like there's footage of them like walking on land very slowly.
Yeah. Yeah.
They seem clearly more adapted to an underwater existence, which is interesting to think about. Because you would think like, oh, a big salamander like that would probably move like a crocodile, when not so. Like it's a rather slow animal.
Right. Yeah.
So it's kind of funny to see it portrayed so I guess vibrantly.
Yeah. Yeah.
In this movie.
Yeah, I mean they are quicker in the water, but yeah, you're right. Like out on land, they are not very good walkers. They're definitely like mostly aquatic. I think they don't come on land into this unless they absolutely have to. But yeah, let's continue on to the next slide and describe a bit more of the story. So yeah, remember that kid who got sucked into that mysterious portal earlier? Well, it turns out that they end up in the protagonist's time period in the present, and of course he is very confused. Now, as for the main character group themselves, so after spending some time in the Pleistocene and setting up their home base, they kind of talk things over and they decide, some of us aren't so mad at our parents anymore. Maybe we should just go back just to make sure that they don't worry about us too much. And so for that night, instead of staying in the Pleistocene, they return to their homes. And Doraemon hears this strange howling noise on the roof, which turns out to be this Paleolithic boy who is very lost and very confused. The next day, they're like, after school, the kids decide to get together and say, okay, how about we continue our running away adventure again? It's like we can easily get away with it if we kind of just run away for a short time every day and then come back to the time when we left. So, we can still continue our grand adventure back in the Pleistocene. And so they all agree to do that. After all, having a nice secret base there you could come back to is kind of a child's dream, right? And so they all gather at Nobita's house, getting ready to board the time machine. But while they're waiting for Doraemon, this boy suddenly jumps out of the closet and gets into a fight with Giant, and so Giant has to knock him out. And at first, Giant is very upset, saying that Nobita, why did you tell someone else about this our secret hideout? Like we agreed that it would just be between like us, and Nobita's like, I didn't tell anybody. So it turns out that this mysterious kid, as they eventually figure out, probably actually came from the past because he's carrying with him a spear, and it's not one of the spears that Doraemon gave them earlier that were made out of future technology, but instead an actual like Stone Age spear. And so the idea enters their heads that, oh well, this might be an actual kid from the past, but how could that have happened? And Doraemon explains that, well, sometimes things go wrong with the time stream, and people can just get sucked in and disappear forever, unless they're lucky enough to be dumped out by a different portal somewhere else. And that may well have happened to this kid. And so Doraemon gets to investigating with some of his other gadgets, trying to figure out where this kid might have come from. Meanwhile, the others kind of do their best to take care of him and also go about their usual business of kind of gathering food and tidying up the place and such. And eventually, Doraemon figures out that the kid was indeed from the Pleistocene, but not from Japan. Instead, he originally came from China. And during this time, the kid eventually does wake up, and because Doraemon has a very handy gadget, which is basically this jelly-like food that you can eat that can translate your language to anybody to make it understandable to anyone, they're able to communicate with the kid and figure out his story. And so, of course, he tells them about how he got sucked into the mysterious portal and all that. But he mentions that before that, his family was being attacked by this other tribe of people, and that it's most likely that his family disappeared because they were taken and captured by this enemy tribe, and he also mentions that the enemy tribe has this fearsome leader who has magical powers, and so it is impossible for them to fight against the enemy group because the leader is way too powerful. But the main characters, mostly being pretty good-hearted kids, they quickly offer to help. They're like, we can help you with that because we have Doraemon here, a robot from the future, and he has all kinds of amazing technologies. Of course, like the Paleolithic kid doesn't quite understand that, but they instead introduce Doraemon as being like being basically like a shaman or like a witch doctor who has all these like interesting magical powers, and gives him a little taste of the bamboo copters, and like, you see, we can fly with this, and of course the kid is amazed, and so they set off to try and rescue the kid's family from their captors. So they're gonna travel from Japan to China and to try and find any sign of where they could have been taken. So I think that would go into the next part of the story. Do you have anything to add to this?
Well, I guess we should mention, because I believe we haven't really brought it up until this point. There's a key subplot here with Nobita in particular, where when he was being scolded by his mom at the beginning of the film, one of the doodles that he was drawing on the back was a winged horse, the Pegasus, right? Very familiar mythological creature from ancient Greece. And so while the kids were kind of set up shop in the Pleistocene, Doraemon gives them all different like tasks,
Right.
and kind of roles in their little makeshift community. And of course, Nobita can't really do much. So Doraemon's like, "Why don't you just be like the what is it, like the head of pets?"
Right. Yeah.
Like, go and make us some pets to keep us company. Now, of course, go make us. What does that mean? Like, no, he doesn't go out and like collect animals. This is another one of Doraemon's gadgets,
Right.
where I have to remember how it is. It's like you put some like special mix in it,
Right.
depending on like what animal you want.
Yeah.
And it'll just grow you a baby.
Yeah.
That'll
Right.
Also, like grow really fast if you feed it a special chow.
Yeah. Right.
And of course, Nobita's like, wait a minute, maybe I can get creative with these things. And so he starts mashing up the different animal pods together to make a bunch of like mythological creatures that they can have as pets. So in particular, like he takes like the swan and the horse mix,
Mm-hmm.
and he makes the Pegasus,
Yep.
and then he takes the eagle and the lion mix,
Right.
and he makes a griffin, and then he takes alligator, the deer,
Right.
and I feel like
And
there's a third
I think a
thing.
bat, maybe.
Bat, yeah, and he makes like a dragon, right?
Right.
Like an Asian style dragon.
Mm-hmm.
Um, Now, of course, like these animals start out small and they immediately attach to Nobita. But for some reason, like Nobita wants to keep them a surprise for later.
Right.
So the whole time, like they've been on their Pleistocene adventure, he's kind of kept them hidden in their little special area, like behind a tree. And they're only revealed at this moment
Mm.
as a means of transport
Right.
for the kids, because by this point the animals have grown super fast with their special chow,
Yeah.
and so they can ride these animals to their destinations. Hence, if you may have noticed on the posters that we've shared,
Right.
there's a Pegasus and other strange creatures, and that's where those come in.
Yep. Mm.
Um, Now, I guess what's interesting about these mythical creatures in the context of the story is when I was reading the manga version,
Mm.
um, they had to describe what a griffin was,
Huh.
whereas the Pegasus and the dragon were pretty straightforward. So I guess that kind of had me a little bit curious as to, like, I guess the griffin is maybe not, or at the time was not well known in Japan
Mm.
among the varied mythical creatures that humanity has come up with over the years, um, which I thought was kind of interesting to
Mm.
me.
Mm.
But yeah, while all of this plot has been going on, that has happened.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. So yeah, quite an interesting tie-in. That's for sure. Um, but yeah, thanks to these animals, they can set off on their long journey to China without having to use up the battery on those bamboo copters. Um, and so yeah, they set off, and there's actually quite a bit of scientific, quite a few scientific references that come up during this journey, and so let's get into those a little bit. Um, yeah, let's see. Do you want to do this one or?
Yeah, I can kind of chime in a little bit. Um, so as the kids are traveling on their adventure, um, they bring up several important points along the journey that kind of play into the science of the Paleolithic of both Japan and China. So, of course, one of the things that they bring up is, wait a minute, we're going to be flying all this time to go to China. Are we going to get tired? We'll need to stop and settle somewhere. Um, but like, there's a big ocean, or I should say, there's a sea separating Japan from China. Where are we going to go? Well, it turns out that in the Pleistocene, and Doraemon pulls out a satellite map that he
Yep.
just so happened to have taken
Yep.
on their adventures, showing that Japan, as the subtitles show, was joined to the mainland. And indeed, this is the case. Of course, during the Pleistocene period, there were large, parts of the land that were exposed that are not the case today, simply because the sheer scale and weight of the glaciers in the northern hemisphere, and to a lesser extent in the southern hemisphere, soaked up so much ocean water that the sea levels dropped,
Mm-hmm.
in many cases by several kilometers, and this exposed many parts of the land that had been submerged for a long period of time. And of course, as the glacial and interglacial periods transitioned from each other, like this happened multiple times, two different intervals. And so, for example, you may have been familiar with the Bering Land Bridge, as
Mm-hmm.
it has been traditionally called, Beringia, where Siberia and North America were connected together by land. Similarly, you may have been familiar with Doggerland, which was when the British Isles were connected to mainland Europe. Well, as is the case, the Japanese archipelago was connected to mainland East Asia, perhaps not as significantly as these former two, but enough to have allowed plants and animals, and of course people, to traverse to and from both parts of the land. Now, the representation of how Japan was connected to the mainland has changed over the years. It was actually a very long debate over many decades as to the extent of the land bridges connecting Japan to the mainland, and there were several contenders over the years based on different evidence. But it seems that, as we understand it currently, um, there were connections between the Russian Far East and Hokkaido,
Mm,
one of the northern islands in the
mm, mm,
archipelago, throughout most of the Pleistocene, as we see here. And so you can see like there's a very clear land bridge connecting the mainland to Japan. Um, now, as far as like Hokkaido and Honshu are concerned, there may have been a land bridge connecting them, uh, but at present there's no definitive evidence of that. And so you can see here on the map that they've actually gone ahead and drawn that as such. So
mm,
there is water separating the two regions here. Now regarding like say the Ryukyuan Islands and maybe Taiwan or southern China, um, it had been argued until about the mid 1990s that there would have been no land bridge after a period of about 1.5 million years ago. So this is way beyond the scope of the time period where we are here in the movie. Um, but it seems that based on analyses of a type of plankton called foraminifera or forams, which I know we've talked about on the show, like they're chalk produced
mm,
plankton that make limestone in certain circumstances. It seems that there were at least occasional land bridges from those parts of the world, but only until about 20,000 years or so. So the way that they kind of have it shown here, um, they kind of follow um, a more island-based connection. Like there would have been more land exposed, but it wouldn't have been to the extent as, say, from Honshu,
mm,
for example, and Hokkaido. Um, and of course, from South Korea to Japan, uh, Northwest Kyushu, there would have been no land bridge after about 125,000 years ago. So that being said, I mention all of this because this is one of those science marches on things that Albert you had mentioned
mm,
with the like with the crested ibis, because in the original manga they have this map drawn very differently. They have the land bridge from the south, not the north,
mm,
based on the older data. But of course, now we know that that was not the case, and so they've actually updated it for the movie,
mm,
which is pretty incredible to see. I'm glad to see that. But of course, it's because of land bridges like these that the islands have been populated by many different species, at least terrestrially based
mm,
species.
yeah, mm,
Japan is one of those interesting cases, and we'll talk about it a little bit, where just based on the presence of humans and human like artifacts on islands that we seem pretty clear did not have any connections to the mainland, must therefore imply that there was some sort of watercraft that was being used at the time of these artifacts. Um, but before we jump into that, I think we should jump to the next slide
mm,
and kind of also show some more of the geography.
yeah, mm,
So, of course, now Japan and China during the late Pleistocene, of course, was cooler than today. There were many more hardwood coniferous forests than there would have been nowadays. Um, Even though it was during like the ice ages of the Pleistocene, Japan was not completely glaciated, um, and so there was more diversity of plants and animals that could be supported just because there weren't these huge glaciers that were sucking up all the water and cooling things and drying things to the point where biodiverse communities cannot be supported.
mm, mm,
Because that was a general trend that we see in Eurasia, for example, the mammoth steppe, for example. You have many different cold adapted animals and plants, but not as much as you would have, say, in further south. Once you get into like taiga and then like boreal forest, for
mm, mm,
example. So Japan was able to support a wide range of animals, which of course the movie does a good job of showcasing
yeah,
that.
mm,
Um, and of course, it's thanks to the lack of glaciers and these land bridges that have allowed so many plants and animals to kind of move back and forth between the archipelago and the mainland. And of course, all of this was available to the first peoples in Japan. Now, as the kids are traveling to China to where this Paleolithic boy had hailed from, they do pass by several notable landmarks in East Asia. Of course, they pass by Mount Fuji, and in this case, like they're very blunt about it. Like, oh, hey, is that what I think it is? That's Mount Fuji.
Right.
And all
Yeah.
the kids are like, whoa, that's crazy. And I believe they specifically mention that Mount Fuji formed about 100,000 years ago.
Mm-hmm.
So in this case, it's a relatively well, relatively young volcano. But it turns out that that was only the last transition in about four phases of volcanic formation for the kind of Mount Fuji area. So volcanologists and geologists, they recognize four different stages and types of Mount Fuji. So what they call the modern Mount Fuji is only about 100,000 years old, but there have been several formations going back at least 700,000 years, if not more. And of course, this last one that is referenced in the movie, that was also when new eruptions were producing that kind of subsumed the older volcano and kind of pushed up the current one that we see today, the modern Mount Fuji. Incidentally, while there have been a couple of eruptions over time, and while the volcano is still technically classified as active, the last time there was a major eruption, like the top blew off, right? That was only in the early 1700s. I believe 1707 to 1708. And so while there has been like some significant seismic activity around Mount Fuji, at present there seems to be no signs it's going to blow its top anytime soon, which is certainly a good thing.
Yeah, right.
But it's kind of neat to see that they feature that here. And of course, on the slide, we have Mount Fuji as it's depicted in the film, and then as it is today, as the very beautiful snow-capped volcano that is just, iconic. I mean, it's so symbolic of Japan. It's a world icon for sure. Goodness knows, I'd love to go see it someday. And of course, eventually they make it to China, and kind of based on the geography given in the film, like I believe they specifically mention, and correct me if I'm wrong, that Doraemon has managed to track the boy's location to the Guangxi region.
I think so. Yeah.
Guangxi.
Yeah.
Yeah. And so, of course, that is featured very prominently here in the film by these very lovely karst mountains. Now, of course, this is another one of those, world geography symbols where if you see these mountains, that just screams China. They featured in so many films and media over the years. They're very iconic. Of course, these being various mountains made of limestone and dolomite that have been kind of worked and shaped over time since the Triassic period, incidentally. So they're significantly older than Mount Fuji, for example. And it seems like these particular karst mountains, because there are quite many of them, seem to be specifically based on the ones around the city of Guilin, which is very famous for its vast landscape. Of course, in 70,000 years ago, it was wildlands, but today, there are many different populated areas around the mountains. You can see in the photo here below, there are farming communities that live along the riverways that cross the mountains, and there are also cities that are built between the mountains. And so it makes for a very unique landscape visually. And so we see some of these as well. Now, if we jump to Albert, was there anything that you wanted to add?
Oh, I guess something I'll just mention is that, like, I didn't notice that they had changed the map of Pleistocene, northeastern Asia, between the original manga version and the remake. So that was something that you pointed out to me. I was like, oh wow, that's pretty amazing. Like attention to detail, especially for something that shows up for not that long on screen, even if it's focused on in the shot. So I think that's a pretty cool indicator that they did indeed like do like extra research specifically for the this movie based on what they wanted to portray. And yeah, obviously the art of the landscapes is really beautiful in this film as well. Yeah, all of these make for a pretty nice viewing experience. But yeah, that's pretty much it.
Yeah, because of course, for those curious, of course, being a film from 2016, um, they do have a combination of CG and traditional, uh, I guess what you can call 2D animation, kind of mixed throughout. Of course, they do it in a way that only kind of makes sense for a product like this. Like they'll use CG for like some of the landscapes, um, but so far as I can tell, the majority of the film is traditionally animated,
Yeah, I think so.
um, which is yeah, I always appreciate that. One of the things I really like, and of course, like at this point, I have no qualms against CG animation. I think that conversation has passed, but I do appreciate that Japan, for the most part, has just kind of kept up traditional animation compared to, like, say, the United States.
Yeah.
Um, and they keep producing very quality animation in the traditional style. It's like they have these artists that have just they've learned the craft over the years and have just honed in on it, and it really shows. Even in something like a Doraemon movie where the characters are, of course, naturally, they're cutified, kind of
Right.
like they're caricatures.
Yeah.
But so for them to do like realistic backgrounds like this, it's really neat to see. But yeah, we can jump to the next slide because I'm sure a lot of our viewers are probably curious about my thoughts on the Paleolithic peoples in the film. Well, I'll get to my more specific thoughts in a little bit, but I think it's important to note that during this sequence, again, one of the kind of sciencey sections of this movie, Doraemon explains like the peopling of the Earth, of our species, Homo sapiens, directly in relevance to Japan, because of course, one of the big plot points in this movie is that the kids go to a time in Japan before humans. So the next question is, well, okay, if there were no humans in Japan, but there were humans elsewhere, where did people in Japan come from during that stage? And of course, we have a very beautifully explained sequence where we have the map of the Earth, with, of course, the modern land masses here. But of course, keep in mind, like this is Ice Age time, so
Right.
large parts of the world would be much more connected. The geography would look very different. As I mentioned, of course, Beringia and Doggerland in Japan, and also Southeast Asia as well, Sundaland. All of that would be one landmass. And so Doraemon kind of thinks like, yeah, I mean, all humans are related. They belong to the same species. Therefore, through their dispersals, they've traveled around the world and have kind of set up shop along those journeys, from which, of course, Japan was settled. And so, while in the film, they specifically state that the earliest evidence of humans in Japan is on the order of 30,000 years ago. Like, that's pretty close to the modern estimate now. Of course, we've had more sites since then. Um, One in particular that comes to mind. There is a site in on Honshu, and I hope I'm going to pronounce this right. Aidi Maruyama. So at present, that is the earliest site in Japan for human activities, and that dates to about 38,000 years ago. So certainly Shizuka was onto something when she
Right.
said, let's go a little bit further back.
Right.
And of course, that is a early Upper Paleolithic toolkit that is used. So that is very signified of Homo sapiens. So Japan was first populated by Homo sapiens. That's been the only hominin species that we know of that has settled on the islands. Now, of course, like given the time and place, this would have been well after most of the other hominin species died out. So we don't find any evidence of like Denisovans, for example,
Mm.
in Japan. That would certainly be interesting.
Yeah.
And at this point, I probably wouldn't be surprised. They seem to be one of the ones that have held out the longest, if any of the admixture DNA studies are to go by.
Mm. Mm.
But yeah, so Japan was settled actually not long after our species settled mainland East Asia, at least. So, and many of this may be familiar if you've seen any of my series, Humanity a Prologue, or its successive updates. But just as a quick refresher, there is controversial evidence of our species, Homo sapiens, in East Asia between a period of about 126,000 and 80,000 years ago. And just based upon the distribution of human remains at the time, that would have likely come from a sort of South Asian route. So as groups are leaving sort of the Afro-Arabian landmass, because geographically Arabia is part of Africa, they would have probably traveled through, as you see on the map, southern Asia, India, and then would have very quickly reached southern China and then spread from the north, where from there they would have settled in Japan. And I say controversial because we mainly have rather scrappy remains, teeth.
Mm.
But the thing is, teeth are very diagnostic
Right.
in Homo sapiens. So if you find a Homo sapiens tooth, and like you can confirm that it is a tooth from a human, like you'll be able to tell that it belongs to our species. And so several researchers have proposed in various sites across southern China that they have found evidence of our species from that time. Now, of course, this conflicts with the genomic data, which shows our species, at least the ones that gave rise to all the humans alive today across Afro-Eurasia and beyond, um, being about 65 to 55,000 years ago. So there's a couple possibilities here that people have explored, namely that perhaps these early Homo sapiens in East Asia, if they turn out to be the case, maybe did not contribute anything to modern human ancestry.
Mm. Mm.
Like they were kind of replaced by later arrivals from that genomic date, and they've kind of seen their day. Or it may be that the genetic data is hiding evidence of these routes, and we just have not been looking at ancient DNA of an old enough date to recover evidence of these movements, which has happened before.
Mm. Mm.
In the age of genomics, we've really been overturning a lot of what we thought we knew about human dispersals. Of course, the other possibility is that we've been fooled, and these teeth are not members of our species at all, but maybe belong to some other hominin in East Asia. And of course, I'll explain what that might mean in a little bit. But if we're just following the genomic data and like the most definitive evidence that we have, the oldest concrete remains of our species in East Asia date to about 42,000 years ago. And those, of course, include the Tianyuan individual from Shikotian, China. And this is a very important specimen. This is a very important individual that was uncovered because not only does it, retain, not only were we able to get genetic evidence from this person, but we've been able to kind of like get more behavioral data.
Hmm.
So we know, for example, that Tianyuan may have been using ochre processing, like many peoples around the world had been doing, and they had a very widespread diet as a Paleolithic person. So they were not just hunting large game animals as you see in media. They were going after freshwater resources. In fact, the isotopic data, we've been able to get isotopic data from the Tianyuan's bones to show that they had recently been eating like shellfish, as well as fish, as well as like water plants, as well as like land fauna and flora, which kind of goes to show again that Paleolithic peoples probably had as diverse diets as we do today. And of course, like they had a characteristic Upper Paleolithic toolkit, which includes bladelet-like tools as well as bones that were shaped. Now, as far as the genetic data shows, these early peoples in East Asia, as far as like their descendants go, they represent kind of one of the first waves of people to settle in East Asia.
Mm.
Like ultimately, they were ancestral to like East Asians today, as well as Siberians and ultimately Native Americans. But as far as like these sorts of populations that the Tianyuan people would have been, they were kind of masked away by further um, kind of overturning events um, from other groups of Homo sapiens. So, as for example, more derived individuals, evolved in East Asia, they kind of swept over and masked over this genetic signal for the early East Asian groups like Tianyuan. And then those as well were overswept until you get what is essentially modern ancestry in this part of the world today. So as far as like Japan is concerned, being settled so soon afterwards, these people would have belonged to the sort of Tianyuan Basal East Asian group. And of course, there's many names for this in the literature. Your mileage may vary which ones you want to use. Um, and so, settling Japan so quickly, there's been a question of, okay, well, how did they enter the archipelago? And so you would think, based upon the map that we had just talked about not too long ago, oh, well, they came from the north, right? Because they could just walk there. Well, keep in mind, I also just mentioned that some of these early finds that we're seeing, like in the Ryukyuan Islands, not long after, like 36,000 years, implies that watercraft was well known and was used by these people to travel at least between different islands or along the coast. Certainly to acquire aquatic resources, as we find evidence of like fish hooks, for example, on the Ryukyuan Islands. So people were actually going out into the water and catching food, or the deep ocean, that is. Now, like this early site, Idi Maruyama on Honshu, or what would be called Paleo Honshu in this time and place, that is our oldest site, and that is kind of like right in the middle of Japan. So right away, that kind of made things a little bit difficult for archaeologists because, okay, you have basically the most like generic location possible for an archaeological site where people could come from anywhere and it would make sense. Well, thankfully, we have a large literature available to us, and archaeologists have been able to compare the tool technologies because unfortunately we don't have human remains from this site, but we do have characteristic tools that can at least tell us, okay, this is Homo sapiens settling here. And it seems, based on that, that the most likely route that people first took into Japan was from the Korean peninsula through the Tsushima Strait, as it is known today. In other words, they probably boated to Japan, and that's how that region was first settled. And so, of course, that doesn't necessarily mean that was the only way that people could have entered from the mainland. Because just because you find genetic evidence of people that is directly correlated to another part close by, that does not necessarily mean that there's only a one route taken and that was it.
Right.
Based on the nature of the evidence that you have, you can deduce, how many trips could explain the current genetic variation in your sample from a given location. So, like, you can find out whether there were 2 dispersals or 1 or 3 or 10. And so to date, like, we haven't really seen many studies that have done that just yet. But at the very least, there has been a signal of some sort of gene flow that was going into Japan from Siberia, so from this northern land bridge route. And the dating that we've been able to get shows that this was probably happening much later than in the time of the film. So if anybody entered Japan from the north in the Paleolithic, we don't have any evidence for that yet. But it seems that there was at least contact between groups from south to north, at least during the late Pleistocene, talking about maybe 25 to 20,000 years ago, which correlates to an interesting spread in microblade technology and the introductory of pottery making from the mainland into Japan, which some researchers have proposed might represent evidence of this gene flow. But of course, more time will tell. Now, as to how these peoples may have, what these peoples may have looked like and how they may have behaved, We'll get to that in a little bit, but I think for now that's a good stopping point.
Yeah.
Albert, did you have anything you wanted to add to that?
Not too much, but no, I appreciate hearing a very detailed explanation about our current knowledge about this, because yeah, it's a pretty it's kind of a central theme of this movie, and it I wasn't familiar with what the actual science had to say in recent times, so that was very cool.
No, thank you, thank you.
All right then. Yeah, and I would say it's also really cool that they even have this scene in the movie in the first place, because yeah, it's a pretty interesting concept to put in a kids movie. Like obviously like we who are into Earth history are kind of familiar with this general idea of human dispersal across the world, but I feel like that's not really something I've seen in a lot of children's media. So, yeah, I think I do appreciate that they had this here. And in any case, during their journey, they do also come across some wildlife. Again, these are mostly just bit parts, kind of animals to fill out the scenery and show what's around at the time. But there are some notable things here. So they come across a family of foxes, for example. I think these are meant to be like essentially your typical red fox. Which is still widely found across Eurasia today, as well as North America. Although I think there's been talk about splitting those two species, so we'll keep an eye on that taxonomy. And as for extinct species, they fly over a herd of these elephants, which are probably meant to be of the genus Paleoloxodon, the so-called straight-tusked elephants. And in fact, Paleoloxodon naumani, specifically, this species is a very well-known kind of prehistoric animal in Japan because it is known from many, many different specimens in Japan. It's kind of like one of their kind of iconic examples of Pleistocene wildlife. And the genus Paleoloxodon is known from many other species as well, from other parts of the world, such as Africa and the rest of Eurasia. And they were a pretty diverse bunch because the genus Paleoloxodon includes some of the smallest elephants to have ever existed. Like some of the species that lived on European islands are kind of classic example of insular dwarfism, where large animals become much smaller when they end up on islands. And these are like small, like pony-sized elephants. But meanwhile, there are other species of Paleoloxodon that were probably among the biggest land mammals ever to have lived, like rivaling the size of like the big, what are called indricotheres, a group of stem rhinos from like earlier in the Cenozoic. So huge range of sizes in this one genus of elephant. Paleoloxodon naumani was one of the larger species. It wasn't one of like the biggest, but it was pretty big. And in terms of how Paleoloxodon is related to modern, like still living elephant species, there has been some ancient DNA, I think, retrieved from not naumani specifically, but Paleoloxodon antiquus from Europe, I think. And analyzing those, it turns out that Paleoloxodon is closely related to the African elephants of today, which today are considered two living species. So we have the African bush elephant and the African forest elephant. And Paleoloxodon appears to be like equally close to both of those. So closer to the African elephants than to the modern Asian elephant. But there appears to be like the results of these like ancient DNA studies also show that there appears to have been a lot of hybridization going on in like this in the early parts of elephant history, and so it's actually been kind of confusing to try and figure out like what's most closely related to what. I know like some earlier studies had suggested that Paleoloxodon was specifically close to the forest African elephant, but and then it was suggested then that well maybe we should sync the genus Paleoloxodon into the African elephant genus Loxodonta instead. But like the more recent data suggests like oh yeah it seems that Paleoloxodon is outside of the African elephant group. But there was like hybridization going on between like all these different lineages, and so like you get the kind of a mix of like these genes. So that's pretty fascinating. And I will say that we see represented in this film like the two different kind of major types of faunas that were around in the Pleistocene of Eurasia. So like in terms of like the large mammals at least, there are like these two distinct assemblages of animals that could be found during this time in different parts of Eurasia. And so one of these can be considered, I guess, like the mammoth assemblage, which like those of us in the Anglosphere might be more familiar with overall. So these would be things like the woolly mammoth, the woolly rhino, megaloceros, and these large animals appear to have been associated with more of a taiga biome, or like a steppe biome, where it's mostly open grassland habitats for most part. The steppe bison that we mentioned earlier, that also appears to have been part of this assemblage. Whereas we have a different assemblage of large mammals that includes like things like Paleoloxodon and Cynomegaloceros, which appear to have lived in like more wooded, more forested habitats. And it seems that these two different assemblages, like their relative distributions across the globe, kind of changed over time during the Pleistocene, according to the climate. So during like glacial periods, for example, we might see like these assemblages move further south as the glaciers expanded, and so immediately, like near the glaciers, you would get like more of a open taiga habitat that the mammoth assemblage would be more fond of, whereas further to the south you would get like the Paleoloxodon assemblage with the more wooded and forested habitats. And we do see representatives of both of these faunas in Japan in the fossil record. However, the Paleoloxodon assemblage appears to have been more like extensive. So in fact, we don't find all members of the mammoth assemblage in Japan, for example. Like I mentioned earlier, that the woolly rhino so far has not been found in Japan. There are some other animals that have, like the steppe bison that was also mentioned earlier. Mammoth fossils have also been found in Japan. But for most part, it appears to, for most of the Pleistocene, Japan appears to have been dominated more by the Paleoloxodon fauna, and that's why we have so many Paleoloxodon fossils from there. But as the climate changed during the Pleistocene, it seems that, first of all, as the last glacial maximum kind of reached its apex in terms of how cold it was and how far the glaciers extended, we saw the loss of the Paleoloxodon assemblage in Japan because they were getting pushed out by the colder habitats, whereas the mammoth assemblage appears to have disappeared from Japan with the next retreat of the glaciers that led to the Holocene epoch that we're currently in today. And so it has been argued that, at least in Japan, the megafauna might have been primarily wiped out by climate changes in this way. Of course, we have talked plenty about the Pleistocene megafauna extinctions, and so I'm sure that there's still some argument about whether this can be applied all over the world or not. But it is at least an interesting pattern that seems to be the case in the fossil record. But yeah, those are the main critters that I noticed during the scene. Do you have anything else to add?
Not particularly.
All right, so let's continue on and continue with the story. So the group goes on this journey, and eventually they do manage to track down the boy's family, and it turns out that they have indeed been captured by this enemy tribe, and indeed the reason that they are able to track them so efficiently is because they found like places where the tribe had set up camp to stop for the night and have food. So they found like fire sites and like remains of animals that they had hunted, and so eventually they were able to track down where the family was being taken. And so our heroes basically spring into action at this point, with Doraemon kind of posing as this spirit king persona that he has taken up, and he kind of intimidates the enemies, and eventually, thanks to their kind of 22nd century technology, the heroes are able to quickly defeat most of the enemy tribe members and rescue the boy's family. However, they do run into a bit of trouble with a certain minion who has been leading the tribe on this kidnapping endeavor. But we'll get to that in a bit. But in any case, they do successfully rescue the family, and remember what I said about the anywhere door not working in the distant past? Well, Doraemon said he has been programming the anywhere door along the way so it can recognize places they've already been to in the Pleistocene. And so they're not going to have to fly all the way back. They can simply open the door and go back to where the humans were already living. But in fact, the main characters come up with another step beyond that, and they're like, hey, why don't we bring them back to Japan where we were living? After all, there's no way that the enemy will be able to track them all the way there. We have this 22nd century technology, right? And so they decide to bring them back to all the way to Japan, and therefore become the first humans in Japan, which is kind of where the premise kind of comes back in. So that's essentially what happens during this part of the story. Do you have anything to add before we go on?
Well, this is kind of where, like, my anthropologist brain kind of
Right.
kicks into gear with this movie. And because, like, obviously, at the end of the day, like, I'm completely happy with the story. I think it's a great plot, and I like how they interweave everything. But the more I kind of thought about it, the more I was a bit kind of iffy with some of the
Yeah.
decision making in here.
Right. Right.
And I think it's only fair that if we go to the next slide,
Mm-hmm.
I could explain exactly
Yeah.
what I'm referring to. So bear with me, everyone. So in the film, as Albert has mentioned, there are two tribes. And of course, I do have. They are referred to as tribes in the film, although as the anthropological term, that has kind of a lot of baggage
Yeah.
with it.
Yeah.
I prefer to use Glenn King's definition, where if you have to describe a tribe, it's like a multi-generational aggregation of different communities that are united by a kind of like an organization
Mm.
where the members of the organization belong to the different communities, and they can kind of like coordinate activities and whatnot. Which, I mean, I suppose could have existed in the Paleolithic, but we don't really know about that
Right.
yet. Like, the main consensus seems to be that most Paleolithic groups this far back were nomadic forager groups with occasional sedentary behaviors. But that's neither here nor there. These two groups are depicted very distinct from each other,
Yes.
which is kind of interesting. So, of course, the Paleolithic boys family are depicted very much as early Homo sapiens, right? At least kind of characteristic with some kind of Ainu features in a sense, and I'll get to that in a moment. Whereas this other tribe, like, they are very much kind of stereotypical, traditional, brutish cave people.
Yeah.
I mean, they're much taller, they're much beefier, they're kind of scraggly, and they have these huge weapons that they use to, like, kind of push everybody around. And of course, these are kind of like our antagonists in the film at this point, or at least the henchmen to the antagonists. But
Right.
we'll get to that. Now, you may recall in my previous discussion about human dispersals into East Asia and Japan that I did throw out a lot of dates, but very few of them were hovered around the 70,000 year mark that we see in the story. And of course, in the story, it is implied that the family, the community that Doraemon and crew save and transport to Japan become Japan's founding peoples, who then, go on into subsequent history that way. Well, of course, if you have early people in Japan at 38,000 years in the archaeological record, that eventually would go on to populate the rest of the archipelago and thus give rise to the Jomon period and its peoples, which are the first, or one of the first really well-known archaeological periods in Japan. Well, you can't really have that if it's 70,000 years
Yeah.
ago, because, I mean, unless those fragmentary remains are validated, you don't really have anybody in East Asia that can thus, give rise to, like, if I'm making any sense, like, it feels like they've kind of shifted dates a little bit for the purposes of the story, to kind of make the peopling of Japan, much less East Asia, happen earlier than it probably would have done.
Right, right.
Um, because of course, if these people, if the Paleolithic Boys family are meant to represent, even if they are meant to represent these sort of like putative early Homo sapiens in East Asia between 126 to 80,000 years, which I think that would be very precedent because I believe those remains were not really um, recognized until like a year or two after the film came out. Or maybe I'd have to check the dates of those papers. But like even that wouldn't work because I mean that genetic data is not there. Um, so like I was kind of a little bit kind of iffy with how they kind of did things for the story here, but I do recognize, of course, I should recognize that. I mean, it is just it's just a minor thing in what is otherwise a very well crafted film, and I'm willing to forgive it because it's an interesting aspect of the story. Um, like at one point, I don't think they specifically say it, but they make a joke that like the Paleolithic boy is Nobita's like great 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 grandfather.
Yeah, yeah, right.
There's a lot of laughing with that. Um, now, it kind of ignoring the temporal dissidence here, um, it is interesting to see how they have these two tribes, if you will, of people here, because there is a discussion to be had about the intermingling of different hominin species in East Asia. Um, it seems very clear, like as far as Western Eurasia is concerned, that this did happen. I mean, Neanderthals and our species seem to have coexisted for many tens of thousands of years, at least in certain parts of the world, at intermittent intervals, where one species seems to have had kind of more of a range than the other, and these kind of waxed and waned. Um, it doesn't seem likely that they were like defined territories, for example, that these hominins were holding, and thus warfare and borderland conflicts ensued. We don't have evidence of that really. But as far as East Asia is concerned, I mean, we know about the Denisovans, and we know about other like more concrete remains, like fossils, like the Harbin skull here at the
Yep.
bottom right, which we've talked about before, which was discovered, which was rediscovered relatively recently, and has been in the center of a huge debate about where are the Denisovan fossils, because the researchers working on these remains, and to date there still hasn't been anything new with them yet, as far as the analyses are concerned. But I'm sure they're happening as we speak. Um, it seems like we have represented by Harbin an individual that is perhaps either related to Denisovans or may represent one. Um, and of course, this ties into other remains like the Dolly skull from another region of Japan, excuse me, for another region of China, which shares similar features, um, but is also older and smaller than the Harbin skull. So there's a question of what that means. Are we looking at dimorphism? Are we looking at closely related forms? It's a good question. But as far as the timing of these remains are concerned, we do know that there are genetic signatures of Denisovan and Homo sapiens admixture in the genomic record. We know that this seems to have happened at least before people settled Sahul, so Australia and New Guinea, when they were combined into one landmass back in the day, along with Tasmania. The question of where this happened is tricky. There seems to be a lot of evidence pointing to perhaps Sundaland, or what is today island Southeast Asia, at the very least. But there's also rather fragmentary evidence of Denisovan-like populations interbreeding with our own somewhere on the mainland, perhaps prior to this, whether that be South Asia or somewhere in the eastern part of that hemisphere. So the likelihood that our species was coexisting with the Denisovans as it was with the Neanderthals in the West seems increasingly likely. So all that being said, it's interesting to kind of see a hint of that portrayed here, if that was specifically the case or not. Because of course the film at no point stops and is like, "Oh, look, those are Denisovans."
Right, right.
That's well within 2016 is well within like our knowledge of Denisovans, but that doesn't necessarily mean that we knew as much as we do now.
Right.
Anthropology changes so fast sometimes that it's it's ridiculous how much the pendulum will swing in certain directions
Mm.
just based on like one or two fossils, right? Or even a reanalysis of remains. Um, so now, of course, as far as the culture is concerned between the two groups, it is very interesting to see that the these Denisovan like peoples in the movie, which I'll go ahead and call them that, are depicted as I guess you could say more primitive
Mm.
and brutish
Right.
than the Sapiens characters on the left here,
Right.
who are for one thing properly clothed and everything for their weather, um, which is and like they have like piercings and jewelry and stuff,
Mm.
which I mean is fitting.
Yeah.
Early Homo sapiens seems to have decorated its body quite extensively, even in the Paleolithic, um, and we have many evidence of that. Again, we have the ochre processing for the Tianyuan, which I'm going to go ahead and presume like that's going to be the identity of our Paleolithic boys community here.
Mm.
That they are meant to be these sort of Tianyuan individuals, because as far as like people being ancestral to to like the people in Japan, like that tracks.
Mm.
Um, so the the garb is okay. I mean, it's very generic, like
Mm.
Paleolithic clothing. Obviously, we don't have like fully preserved dresses and gowns and things from the Paleolithic, so I can't make any definitive statements. But if we're basing it on like ethnographies of like people in similar environments, then it more or less tracks.
Mm.
Maybe they need to be a little bit more clothed, like with sleeves, for example.
Mm. Mm.
But that's being very nitpicky. Um, Now, I mentioned the Ainu. Now, the Ainu, of course, are an indigenous group in Japan. Um, they are primarily found in the north on Hokkaido, but there seems to be genetic ties to the Jomon period at large. Um, so, prior to the formation of what you could call the Yamato ethnicity, which gives rise to the modern Japanese people, Ainu like peoples were present throughout Japan for a long period of time. And they were very they came into conflict with the Yamato over time, of course, and there were very distinct physical differences between the two people that were noted. For example, the Ainu groups were very well known for having these really magnificent beards
Mm.
and facial hair, um, which was distinct from the Yamato peoples. Um, and so I can see that they've taken some inspiration from them into these communities here in the Paleolithic. Um, Now, funny thing about Paleolithic demographics and ethnicity, um, it should never be assumed that peoples living in one part of the world would have looked exactly the same as peoples living in that same part of the world in the present day.
Right.
And we know that for a fact because of genetic data on groups like Tianyuan and others. And it seems that until relatively recently, uh, the groups that had settled in East Asia should probably be a bit more darker skinned than the people that are depicted here in the movie. Now, simply because, of course, you're dealing with the time scales involved. I mean, the dispersal of humans into Eurasia from Africa was surprisingly quick as far as like population genetic goes. So you have groups that have basically just left the African continent to settle much of Eurasia. You wouldn't really see the sorts of like ethnic changes and diversity that we see in the present day in such a short amount of time,
Mm.
which is something that a lot of people making Paleolithic media have not really recognized.
Mm.
Like that literature is there and it's been extensive for many decades, but we're still kind of seeing the sort of similar thing. Like for example, like if you see a documentary or a movie or whatever about like Ice Age peoples in Europe, chances are like they're going to get like very white actors and dress them up in Paleolithic garbs and throw them out in the wilderness
Right.
um, when we don't find evidence for those sorts of features until the Holocene.
Mm.
For the vast majority of the European Paleolithics, peoples were well, while there was certainly a diversity in the tones, like people were much more darker skinned than they're
Mm,
usually
mm,
portrayed. Um, and yeah, I don't really see that in a lot of media like this, and so I'm not surprised to see that here in
right.
Japan, where the early Japanese are basically depicted as Japanese, or in this
Hmm.
case, Ainu groups,
Yeah.
um, which again, it's fair, it's understandable, um, but I think there's missed opportunities there in that
Hmm.
case, just because we do have this information available. Um, like as far as the East Asian remains are concerned, um, it seems that the kind of spread of these alleles for lighter skin among East Asian groups, and that includes China and Japan as well as Mongolia,
Hmm.
um, that would have been within the last 7,500 years from because we recent research has been able to kind of pinpoint some of these alleles from coastal southern China at that point,
Mm.
and then they kind of quickly spread out along the coast and into the north um, in very recent times. Like the last great spread of that allele, which kind of gives us like the modern ethnic look
Mm.
of of various East Asian groups, was only within the last 3,500 years, which is well within two historical times. Um, so yeah, you wouldn't. I guess that's a long way of saying you wouldn't see modern East Asian groups uh, represented in the Paleolithic.
Mm.
They would have looked different. Um, but I mean, that's a general nitpick with Paleolithic media in
Hmm.
general. And so there's a little bit of recognition of that here and there, certainly with paleo artists at least. Or
Hmm. Yep.
uh, I'm seeing more artists kind of going that route and thus creating more accurate work. To kind of retire the old, the old white caveman trope that is just that's been prevalent since the beginning of the field. Um, Now, as far, of course, as the Denisovan like characters go, um, there's a little bit more leeway there because we have just so few data on that.
Right.
Um, like we have ways of figuring out which features were more probable in Denisovan remains based
Hmm.
on the analysis of the DNA that we have. But until we find like a complete genome, like we are nowhere close to figuring that out. But reason tells us that because they are most likely close relatives of the Neanderthals, then they would probably resemble Neanderthals more than
Mm.
us.
Right.
And so, of course, in the film, you have stocky bodies, the large brow ridge on the
Hmm.
head,
Yeah.
um, possible slightly greater size. Some of these skulls that we find in East Asia for these Denisovan-like groups, they're quite large.
Hmm. Yeah.
Like they're well in the upper ranges of like modern human cranial capacity.
Hmm.
And so, like, what does that imply about the rest of the body, right? Some of these groups are probably very tall. And of course, like, when you have evolved in a generally cold climate, that tends to be the trend that you see
Hmm.
uh,
Yeah.
among many different animals, not just hominins. Um, and so, of course, I'm willing to be a little bit less critical about the Denises in that respect
Mm.
in this movie. I think if I am critical, I'm more so about the fact that they kind of resemble uh, you know generic cavemen.
Right. Yeah.
And I have it on good word from you, Albert, that in the older film, like that's kind of the same thing that we see, right?
Yeah. Pretty much.
Yeah. Now on the slide, kind of going into um, what you were alluding to earlier, Albert. Well, I guess before I jump into that, did you have anything you wanted to add
Uh.
about comments?
Oh, not in particular. Yeah. I think you cover the main issues very well.
Okay, good, good, good. So in the film, as you mentioned, when Doraemon and the kids save the family, they come across one of the henchmen to our main antagonist, who we'll meet in a little bit. Um, Now, they are these little figurines, these clay figurines, and like they talk, and they have like glowing eyes in the movie. And they're very sarcastic and kind of full of themselves. Um, Now, these are specifically based on a type of Jomon artifact called a Dogyu
Mm.
figurine. And I'm hoping I'm pronouncing that right once again. Um, Now, the Dogyus have been known for many, many years. They are very clear signs that you have a Jomon site if you find one of these figurines. So, what are they? Well, of course, clay figurines are ubiquitous across human cultures. Um, Now, the Jomon period itself is, of course, much later in time than in the film. You're looking at between 16,500 to 2,500 years ago. Um, so that's quite that's it's not considered Upper Paleolithic anymore.
Mm.
I suppose you could call it Mesolithic, because what you have are primarily sedentary communities that are transitioning from a more nomadic lifestyle. Um, and the Jomon is kind of like an interesting case study in this respect. That that makes them more familiar with, say, Pacific Northwest cultures in America
Mm.
than with, say, hunter gatherers in Australia, for example.
Mm. Mm.
Like they are primarily getting their food from the land. Like they are going out into the sea and they're fishing for large ocean fish and dolphins. They're going out on land hunting wild boar and deer, and they are gathering wild plants. But the abundance of resources in Japan during the Jomon period were so extensive and rich that people could afford to settle down for longer periods of time and kind of support themselves in one place without having to worry about a serious loss in food.
Mm.
Um, and of course, we know that the Jomon period, for example, the people there, like they had access to pottery, um, and they were making specific types of dwellings that had not been seen in Japan before. Um, and there may have even been practicing uh, early forms of cultivation. Um, there's growing evidence that we might consider Jomon Japan to be one of these lesser centers of agriculture on the world stage, because they had been domesticating specific types of like millet and beans and gourds, for example.
Mm.
Um, Now, of course, early Jomon ceramics was really nothing to go by, but over time has kind of increased in complexity. And so with these Dogyu figurines, like we find very early examples of like kind of fantastically ornated, like human shaped figures. And then over time until like the very final stages of the Jomon period, do you see like the most intricately carved Dogyu figurines, which incidentally are the ones that are featured in the film.
Mm. Mm.
So, once again, you have a little bit of temporal play here, where you have these Dogyu figurines. Now, of course, like there's a catch to this,
Right.
so I'm being a little bit more forgiving in this case. But um, yeah, these figures as the film, like, don't take these as like things that the like say the Paleolithic boys family would
Right.
have made.
Right.
That would be like saying ancient Egypt had iPods. It's a huge, huge gap in time
Mm. Mm.
between these figurines as they're presented here and like the time when we are at.
Mm. Mm.
Um, Now, what were the Dogyu figurines used for? Well, it seems based on recent analyses, and this is one of those things I was alluding to, like when I was talking about my research for this episode. There's a huge literature on the Dogyu figurines, but very few, if any, of it is available in the English-speaking world. So I've kind of had to like dig around for,
Mm.
well, for one thing, English papers that I could understand, but also like papers in general that could tell me more than just the data, like more than just the hard data, right? Like give me some like context to the
Mm.
studies,
Mm.
so I know what the Dogyus are. Because admittedly, like when I first watched this film and I see these little guys running around, like I'm thinking like, oh, that's kind of funny. It's clearly some ancient ceramic artifact that they've made characters out of, but I can't for the life of me figure out what.
Mm-hmm.
Um, which again goes to show like kind of the depth of materials available, because in the majority of my archaeology books that I've read, I've never come across these things.
Huh.
Um, which is unfortunate, because like they're, I mean, if you look up photos of them, and I have one here,
Mm-hmm.
which kind of closely resembles the orange dude here in the
Yep.
center. Like they're beautiful to look at. They're neat. And there's a lot of similarities with like other regions of the world. Like if you look up like early Southwest Asian ceramic figurines, they have a lot of similarities in like dimensions and form,
Mm-hmm.
which tells you that while these figurines are anthropomorphic, the faces are, you know, very rarely showing like a real human face.
Yeah.
In fact, in some cases, like the figurines have more animal features than human features. Um, and based upon the most recent analyses of data with different figurines that are found, because some are found, you know, in pretty good quality like this, but others are just they come in
Yeah.
fragments, which and that's very telling. It seems like they probably had a variety of functions.
Mm-hmm.
Keep in mind, again, the Jomon period was many thousands of years in duration, with increasing complexity in the Dogyu figurines. So, like from the beginning to the end, like they wouldn't have been used for the same thing all throughout. That just seems to be reasonable to think about. Um, but they are probably symbolic of some lost Jomon mythological entities that we can't really speculate further on, because the Jomon period is come and gone, and the Ainu no longer follow many of their traditions.
Right.
So we don't really have any frame of reference for like the Dogyus themselves. Um, but what is interesting at the very least, and I'm going to go ahead and quote an archaeologist here, Tatsu Kobayashi, who in a 2004 paper had written about the Dogyu figurines. So, quote, one aspect of Jomon figurines that is especially intriguing is that the people who made them decorated the clay bodies in ways which were familiar to the people themselves, using earrings, tattoos on the face and around the mouth, and red pigments, perhaps similar to the colors they daubed on their own skins. Therefore, even though these figurines were not representations of people, at least to some extent, their makers could not help projecting something of themselves onto these figures, on which they lavished considerable effort and labor. End quote. So right away, just in these figurines alone, you not only have expressions of the mythology, but also kind of the mindset of the Jomon themselves that were making them, which again is a very human thing indeed. In many mythologies around the world, we see the projections of the people and their culture into their mythos, which creates increasing relevancy in their daily lives. I mean, you look at like the Greek gods, for example, and how down to earth they were, as certainly the people who worship them were as well. And so I wouldn't be surprised to kind of hear that about these Dogyu figurines, probably, you know, referencing the Jomon on their own terms. So right away, these little figurines are fascinating, and yeah, definitely as we move forward and kind of wrapping up our coverage of the story, they'll come into an interesting play.
Yes.
Did you have anything you wanted to add before we move forward?
The main thing I'll add is that you know, these figurines are quite iconic in Japanese culture. They're fairly well known. And in fact, as part of the promotion of this movie, it turns out that there is a Japanese railway station, Kizukuri Station, which is decorated with a big representation of one of these Dogu figurines. And as part of the marketing for this movie, Doraemon was actually named the station master of that railway station for a day, just to promote this movie. So yeah, I mean, the movie promotion for Doraemon films can get pretty wild and interesting. But yeah, as you kind of alluded to earlier, there's kind of a reason for, or at least a justifiable excuse for any kind of real life discrepancies that these figurines in the movie might have with their real counterparts. And as you might be able to guess from the fact that they can move and talk by themselves and seem to have these supernatural powers, they're not actually intended to be in the story artifacts that were made by Paleolithic peoples. So we'll get back to that in the next part of the story. But first of all, we actually see a little bit more of the human culture that is depicted in the movie in this part of the film after they take all the people to Japan. So do you want to quickly explain some of the aspects of Pleistocene human life that we're seeing here?
Oh yeah, sure. So yeah, this is definitely another one of those temporal issues that I have because
Right.
again, you have people here that are meant to represent like ancestral Japanese, like kind of proto-Jomon groups in the Paleolithic. And so it seems like they've taken that even further by kind of having this culture like create like their homes in much the same way that like the incipient and early Jomon groups did. Of course, again, way too early in time than they
Right.
actually should.
Right.
Because as far as dwellings are concerned, and of course, this is a topic that is widely discussed and has a great interest for a lot of people. Of course, you hear the phrase caveman and you think, oh, okay, these people are living in caves. Done. But it's like, well, hang on. Yeah, caves are good at preserving human remains and artifacts, but there is nothing to suggest that is the only form of dwelling that you have for Paleolithic groups. So, like, even among Neanderthals, while we find remains of them in caves, we have evidence that they were creating sorts of overhangs and maybe like small fence like structures that kind of enclosed a living space
Right.
where they could settle down and eat or like work their tools. And we see very similar things with Homo sapiens sites as well. Um, we mainly find open air domestic spaces um, with hearths in the center, around which are surrounded like tool workshops where people worked and they weren't exactly strict about leaving garbage around because we find points and things left over, the bit parts. Um, but so far as we can tell, like no overhead dwellings of any sort, like no roofs or overhangs. If any that are preserved, they were probably like very small, simple structures, kind of like what ethnologists saw in the early days of South Africa among Khoisan-speaking groups. If they needed a block from the wind, for example, they would make a structure, but they weren't making whole dwellings, for example. That came a lot later. Now, among the Jomon archaeology, we see a very similar sort of thing. Population densities were small, and people were making at first, these sorts of open air sites. But when you start to see actual structures like dwellings, that's not until about 10,000 years ago. And at first, you have like simple pit houses where part of the ground is kind of dug into and then is built around, which kind of helps with like temperature control and also as a way to like kind of divert fire away from a hearth. The Jomon had really ingenious ways of like making sort of like underground pipes out of the dirt where they could divert smoke so that way they didn't burn their eyes while they were inside their huts. But it's not until later that the sort of timber and thatch structures that we see in the movie came into being. So like the oldest beams that we have, and I had to look this up, come from the Yoku site in the Oita. Oita? Again, pronunciation, I apologize. That's about 10,000 years. A rather large, like it's like a 3-meter beam that they found. So at least in the early Jomon days, they were making sizable structures with like timber and thatch. And it's not until about 5,000 years ago, so towards the later end of the Jomon period, where we get like huge villages where there's over 100 of these sorts of dwellings
Right.
about. So again, to kind of show these Paleolithic peoples making Jomon style houses, of which of the sort you can find restorations of, like on the right. This is at like a an archaeological park where in Japan, where they've kind of reconstructed the Jomon style of making houses. Like that wouldn't be anywhere close to like around in the Paleolithic times. So I guess if they wanted to be realistic, they would have probably had them having an open air dwelling,
Right.
or maybe find some caves somewhere where they could kind of take care of activities with assured shelter from the elements. But again, that's very minor. Now, I know that there are a couple animal encounters that the people here have talked about. I don't know if you wanted to get into those or not, or if you wanted me to take over that too.
Oh, yeah, I wasn't gonna go into much detail. Just to mention that, yeah, at this point, the Paleolithic boy brings up a few, um, of his experiences, um, living with his family, and he mentions a few things such as the fact that they hunt mammoths by driving them into the mud, and the fact that he once tamed a wolf puppy who became his companion. We get a few insights into that. Mammoths and wolves would have both been around in Eurasia at this time, so that much is correct. Well, what do you reckon about these human wildlife interactions?
Well, I do appreciate that they have the mammoth fight happening in a pit where the animals are being driven into. Like that was very common um, in the Paleolithic, and in fact, in Japanese sites, like some regions are defined in part by like their styles of animal traps, where, like pits where animals were driven into and then killed. Of course, an animal as large and powerful as a mammoth, even though a woolly mammoth is not particularly large by elephant standards, surprisingly, it still would have been a formidable animal.
Yeah,
And so to kind of have these people depicted as driving them into a pit and then killing them there, that is much better than just having a generic open air battle, right?
right.
Which you sometimes see depicted, where you
Yeah,
just have
that's
these
true.
people crowding around an animal that could very easily kill all of them, but just decides not to because of reason,
Yeah.
which I never understood. I mean, even like modern agricultural hunter gatherer peoples, at least within the age of ethnography, um, when they talked about elephant hunts, they did not get as close as this.
Right, right.
Didn't even dare to. Now, of course, like hunting styles do change. Obviously, we find spear points and larger tools embedded in mammoth remains, um, where we have a lack of evidence for long distance projectile tools. So very clearly in the Paleolithic, like people were taking risks
Yeah.
to bring down some of these animals, but they probably would not have been very frequent as they were in historical times. Because again, like modern ethnography, like if people want to hunt an elephant, they were very specialists. Like they're very specialized in elephant hunting. They were the designated elephant hunters, and they had very ingenious ways of doing it to bring the most minimal risk to the individual themselves. So one of my favorite examples is in parts of the Congolese region. You had peoples who would make kind of like spring traps. So an elephant or a hippopotamus, for example, would walk along the path and would kind of hit a string, and suspended above is a huge like dagger point uh, made of stone or iron, that would be dropped on the top of the animal and then incapacitate it, and create blood loss and shock and all this kind of stuff, and then significantly weaken it to where the people could then go in and finish the job. That probably was happening a lot more often than these sorts of like close encounter attacks, where the animals have to be incapacitated in a major way. Whether that be like they're stuck in a mud pit and they can't move their arms very fast, or they're sent down a steep side
Right.
where their bones are broken, and that certainly makes things a little bit easier, if still dangerous, of course.
Yeah.
I mean, whether you're a lion hunting antelope or a human hunter, a wounded animal is still dangerous. It must be, you got to be careful with that sort of stuff. So that's pretty good to see. The wolf pup, that makes complete sense.
Mm-hmm.
Of course, many of you may have seen my episode on dog domestication
Yep.
already, which I put out. But if you haven't, it is increasingly plausible that the earliest dogs were, puppies that were taken in by people and reared. And if that seems strange, like, wait, why would you capture a wolf and rear it? Like, don't they require a lot of work? I mean, zoos even have trouble enough trying to feed wolves. Well, apparently it was easy to do, and it happened often. Again, ethnography provides an answer. There were many instances of pre-Columbian Native Americans taking in wolves and rearing them as companions to the point where they could even be trained to hunt down people. So to have the little Paleolithic boy like find a wolf cub and have it be its very best friend, like that tracks. That absolutely tracks. Given that we know that Jomon peoples had domestic dogs, and given that our modern domestic dog lineages are all related, it would seem reasonable that very wolf-like early dogs entered Japan at an early date. Maybe not 70,000 years. Once again, that predates not only modern domestic dog lineage, but the Paleolithic wolf dogs that were in brief existence in the western part of the continent. But again, it's just one of the things I have to get used to. Basically, like to kind of close off my anthropological thoughts about the film, where the details are done right, they're done fairly well, but they do fudge a lot of the temporal data in order to make it work. Basically, if you think this is an accurate depiction of Japan and East Asia 70,000 years ago, no, it isn't.
Right.
But I don't mind. I can't be that kind of a stickler for very long. I mean, if you're curious about the science behind a movie, I'm going to tell you the science behind a movie, and I'm going to be honest about it. But I'm still going to like the movie.
Right. Yeah.
It's like, oh, they used the wrong thatching method in this movie, therefore I'm going to give it a 0. Bad movie. No, I'm not going to do that.
Yeah.
So
No,
that's what I have to say on that.
that's perfectly fair, and I'm often the same way when it comes to like topics that I'm particularly familiar with. Which if we cover one of the dinosaur movies in this franchise, maybe we can discuss that. But yeah, in any case, yeah, it does seem like they did go to the trouble of kind of like including specific facts that we know about early peoples in Japan into this movie, but they kind of time shifted it by a lot to make it work with the story that they had set up. So that seems to be the takeaway here. But yeah, I guess if you have nothing to add to that, maybe we can kind of close off our recap of the story then.
Yeah, that sounds good.
All right. So after their encounter with the enemy tribe and the mysterious Dogu figurines, Doraemon gets a feeling that something's up because you have these like these figurines that seem to be able to move by themselves and have odd powers that the people of this time should not be able to create. And so this time, when they return home, Doraemon actually kept a small piece that he had been shattered off one of the Dogu figurines that they had encountered, and decides to investigate what it is and where it came from. And as part of this, he gets the help of Dorami, so that's kind of her little cameo in this movie. She kind of helps him figure that out. As a result of their investigations, they find out that, well, it turns out that those figurines they came across were not made out of material from the Paleolithic, but come from the future. And they're like, oh no, well, that's a problem, because they had assumed that the enemy people were Paleolithic peoples. But if they're actually people from the future, that could be a really major threat to the people that they just befriended. And so they quickly head back to the Pleistocene once again to see what's up. And unfortunately, it turns out that the Paleolithic peoples that they just rescued have been recaptured again by the villain. And here I think has one of the biggest potential quote unquote plot holes in this story is that, okay, so they find this out. So why don't they take the time machine back to slightly earlier before they got rescued, and then maybe they could try to stop that, or at least figure out exactly what's going on. But yeah, somehow they decided to just stick during this time and try rescuing them again. But in any case, that's a kind of very minor point to me. I think overall the movie is very enjoyable. They eventually, after another long journey, they reach the hideout of the main villain. And here it is revealed that the main villain is indeed someone from the future, and not just from the future, but he is from the 23rd century. He's a century ahead of Doraemon, and so he has even more powerful technology. And because of this, he is able to quickly defeat Doraemon and capture everybody. And yeah, he's about to sentence them to death, basically. And after this, well, I don't want to go into too much detail, partly because of spoilers, and partly because there isn't too much like kind of scientific content we have left to cover at this point. But I will mention that eventually they do get free from being captured. There is a big final battle with the villain. Our heroes win, and everything wraps up in a pretty nice little bow. That was basically Nobita and the Birth of Japan 2016. We'll have a little bit more to say in terms of the conclusions here in a bit. But do you have anything to add to that?
Yeah, well, you skipped a lot.
Because I didn't want to give too much away. But is there anything you want to elaborate on?
Oh, sure. And I totally understand that. I think that's totally fair. We want to give you all something to look forward to.
Right.
The twist kind of caught me off guard.
Right. Yeah.
Because they rescue the family, and they find little talking figurines. Okay, clearly the figurines are some weird future thing, right? And I thought that was going to be it.
Mm-hmm.
And it's like, oh no, they're actually connected to this larger plot with this character who comes in, and we have him kind of here on this slide here.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, he's also on the posters as well.
Yes.
If you're curious who that was. Then he comes in, and all this stuff happens, and like his grand plot and how long he been planning this, and it's like, oh my god, like this is a whole other thing entirely, and like it was fascinating and weird and kind of cool.
Yeah.
Because again, like this is my first exposure to a Doraemon film, so like this is my first Doraemon villain.
Yeah.
And of course I've seen some other films since then, and I kind of get the vibe of how the villains in these films usually go.
Right.
And it's interesting to see how they use the Doraemon lore, like a character from the future, to kind of have fun with some of these plots. And like how they're able to just kind of explain like magical phenomena using science.
Right, yeah.
Like that weird kind of thing where like it's so advanced it might as well be magic.
Right.
Like that's a neat. I always thought that was kind of a neat concept, and so it's kind of fun to see that explored here, in the Doraemon media. That caught me off guard, but I was in it for the ride. As far as how they ended the movie, without giving too much away, I thought that it was a good ending. It was a little bit of an emotional ending.
Yeah.
I did think there was an aspect of it that it kind of felt rushed. But in the context of the story, like it does make sense, so I can't complain too much.
Right.
But again, like that's a very minor critique, I think. But yeah, that's basically all I have to add on the finale.
Okay. Yeah. No. Those are great observations, and I will say I definitely like the whole concept of having like scientific or technology based explanations for supernatural phenomena. It's something that comes up quite a bit in the Doraemon franchise. So they do like to play with that one quite a lot. And yeah, like time traveling villains and things like that. They show up now and then. Not every movie has a villain quite like this, but they are a recurring kind of theme. But yeah, I will say like this guy. I would consider him fairly like memorable for a Doraemon villain, just in terms of like his plan and the way that he's revealed. It does leave quite an impact. The final thing I'll mention regarding this part of the story is that this part of the story is probably the part of the movie that makes the biggest changes relative to the original version from the manga, and from the original '89 version of the movie. Yeah, I will say the way that the finale plays out here, I think, is a lot more satisfying than the original way that they had it play out. Yeah, in fact, I would not rank the original Doraemon, Nobita and the Birth of Japan, very high among like my favorite Doraemon movies, but this one, I think, because of the way that they changed up the climax, makes for a better story, and that's part of what elevates it to being like one of my top Doraemon movies. But yeah, I mean, if you want to see exactly how it plays out, you can check it out yourself. And to mention and to kind of address the kind of emotional ending that you mentioned, yeah, that was something they played up more in this version too. I don't think we have to beat around the bush for this. It's basically the scene where Nobita eventually has to say goodbye to the mythical creatures that he created as pets, because he is informed that, well, these are fantasy creatures, like they don't belong to like any particular time period. So they're gonna have to live in like this special sanctuary in the future, in the 22nd century, and they can't live with you anymore. And yeah, in the original version of this movie, like there was a goodbye, but it came across as being relatively casual, to be honest. He just kind of accepts that that's the case. Whereas here they definitely play up the emotions a lot more, and I think in part that's kind of intended to be a callback to like or like a reference to like the kids' relationships with their parents, because throughout this adventure, Nobita has been like taking care of these pets, and he started to kind of think of himself as their parent essentially. Now he has to say goodbye to them, and he's very sad about that, and so I think that's kind of intended to be sort of an analogy to that. But in any case, yeah, I think they wrapped up this movie pretty well. I agree, like some elements perhaps were a bit rushed, but overall I think they did a pretty good job. In terms of science, we do have one more creature that shows up in this part of the movie that hasn't appeared before, and so it turns out that the main villain keeps this saber-toothed cat as I guess villains love cats. This is a pretty common thing in media, I suppose. He keeps a saber-toothed cat as like I guess his personal pet, and he is about to kind of sick it on the main characters when he has them captured. He's about to feed them to his saber-tooth. So in terms of what we can say about how the saber-toothed cat is depicted in this movie, there are some interesting things to note. And first of all is that if you look at the original manga and the original movie, the saber-toothed cat in that version is clearly meant to, I wouldn't say it's a very accurate representation of one, but it's probably meant to be based on like the very well-known saber-toothed cat Smilodon. However, in this movie, I think they kind of deliberately changed its design up a bit. So you can notice here that the canines on this cat actually aren't like super long, like definitely not to the extent that they would be in Smilodon. And so it seems that they probably changed it to something being a bit more similar to a different type of saber-toothed cat, Homotherium. And classically, the saber-toothed cats can be classified based on their anatomy into like these two major groups, which are not necessarily like phylogenetic clades, but just like descriptors of their morphology. So you have the so-called dirk-toothed cats, which Smilodon is considered a member of. So these are the ones that have the really long, exaggerated canines. And then you have like the scimitar-toothed cats, which the Homotherium is considered to be a member of, which have like somewhat shorter canines, like still longer, relatively than a lot of like modern cats, but noticeably shorter than in the dirk-toothed saber-tooths. And in fact, there is like some recent work done on like trying to infer the life appearance of these saber-toothed cats, and the general consensus is that whereas something like Smilodon probably did have like big exposed canines, like even when its mouth was closed, you could see the canines protruding from them. Something like Homotherium probably had hidden canines most of the time, so in that respect, like this depiction is a bit outdated. You probably wouldn't see those canines exposed. Like Homotherium differs from Smilodon in a few other ways too. So I first of all, I would guess like the reason that they changed its design so much to be more like Homotherium is that Smilodon is primarily known from the Americas, so it's definitely not an animal from this region. Whereas Homotherium, this genus was very widespread, found across Eurasia. It's also known from Africa and the Americas too. So this was a very, very kind of widely distributed genus of saber-tooth. And in fact, just quite recently, it was recognized that there are remains of Homotherium known from Taiwan. So even in the very far east of Asia, it appears to have been part of Homotherium's range. Now, there haven't been any found in Japan yet, but at this point in the movie, it's taking place in China. So there are some remains of Homotherium reported from China. So that much seems to be accurate. Homotherium also appears to have been more specialized for running than Smilodon was. Smilodon is like a really beefy cat. Like it appears to have been very specialized for kind of wrestling its prey down with its forelimbs, and probably was more of an ambush hunter. It probably couldn't run very fast, at least not for very long. Whereas Homotherium, it's not quite like built like a cheetah in terms of being a speedster, but it's thought that Homotherium probably was a pretty decent runner and probably might have attacked prey in a way that's kind of similar to like spotted hyenas today, where like they kind of run down their prey over like fairly long distances, and may have even lived in groups in the case of Homotherium, just like hyenas do, the spotted ones. And they're probably going after things like elephants, especially young ones, and like working as a group to kind of bring them down. So yeah, they're going after pretty sizable prey items. So in any case, yeah, the saber-toothed cats today are entirely extinct. They're a group of stem cats, so they're not members of any of like the modern cat group. So even though they're commonly nicknamed saber-toothed tigers, they are not closer to tigers than they are to, say, house cats, for example. They're about equally close to both of them, equally close to all living cats for that matter. So it's quite a fascinating group of extinct carnivores that I'm sure they have a pretty major media presence for good reason. But yeah, the saber-tooth is introduced in this movie as a threat that the villain kind of sticks on the heroes. Of course, they do not end up getting eaten by the saber-tooth and are able to escape. Okay then, so yeah, concluding thoughts overall about the movie. First of all, I'm just gonna say, like, I really like the end credits art that they put in for this movie. Like, here, I put like one example here, but like they switch between like multiple different scenes, all in the same like watercolor art style. Like, I think like, well, first of all, the art style is really cute, so I think it's really charming. And for another, I think it really wraps up the story pretty nicely because it's basically showing like kind of scenes of what happened after the main story ends, kind of giving it an epilogue, as it were. And the thing is, like, most of these scenes were not included in the original version of the movie, or in the manga for that matter. And so in the original version of the story, like they just come back to the present, or like I think in the original version of the movie, like it's basically like Nobita says goodbye to his pets, and they're like, okay, we're ready to go home, and we don't even see them like return to the present. So it's like that's the end of the story. But whereas here they go into a little more detail about what happens afterward, including like the kids like making up with their parents and like kind of dedicating themselves to their studies and such after their experience running away to the Paleolithic. And so I think it's really nice. I think gives the story a lot of really good emotional and narrative resonance that it originally didn't have, and that definitely adds points to it in my book. In terms of what I think about the movie overall, to be honest, I think I kind of already shared most of my main thoughts already. I do recommend this movie pretty highly among the Doraemon movies, and I think it's a good one to see whether you're a longtime fan or if you're new to the franchise. And I think it does a lot of things like overall very well, and of course like seeing like what kind of like scientific information they decide to include in it is just like the kind of cherry on top for me. So yeah, I think it's enjoyable. If anything we talked about regarding Doraemon has piqued your interest at all, this definitely would not be a bad place to start. How about you?
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't have too much to elaborate on from what I'd said before regarding like my thoughts overall of the
Mm,
film as you had. Um, but like I would agree, like as I guess reflecting on like my first experiences with it, you know, this is my first Doraemon media that I've ever consumed.
mm, mm,
Um, like it was a great introduction, I feel. I mean, even though they didn't bother to like, oh, this is this character, this is what
mm,
they're about. Like just the opening alone like gave me more of their interaction with each other than I could have really needed. Right away, like you know how these kids interact with each other
mm,
and what their relationships with their parents are like and what Doraemon is like.
mm,
Um, like kind of like his character, especially like as he's like reacting to like Nobita wanting to run away,
yeah.
right? Kind of like his dismissive attitude, but like his readiness to like help out.
Mm,
Like I was sold from the beginning. Like, and that's a thing for me. I'm finding with a lot of media, at least media that I'm watching, not so much for the art, but so much for the story.
mm, mm,
It's good characters
yeah.
that intrigue me, and if the characters can grab my attention immediately, that's a pretty good sign that I'll stick around
Mm,
for the rest of it. And so I'm very happy to say that that happened here uh, to a very high extent. Um, and yeah, I think like just as an adventure film in general, like if you're looking for like a story where you have like, well, to be fair, of course, like these kids have been living with this like robot from the future for a while prior to this. But like if you're looking for a story where like you start from like a general realistic premise, kind of a mundane everyday sort of thing, and just you just want something that just like takes you to all sorts of places and just skyrockets from there.
yeah.
Yeah, this is a very good adventure story. This is how I felt like watching like Lord of the Rings, for example,
Yeah.
or I know it's a pretty big like that's a pretty big comparison. But I
Mm,
mean, if you consider like the characters in that film, you know, were they hobbits of pretty simple estate going on this
mm,
huge quest that's way bigger than themselves, and like I think it's pretty fair because I mean you have these kids,
yeah.
these grade school kids who are entering a world that is very clearly much bigger than themselves and
Mm,
much more dangerous. Like it's just it makes for a fun time, and I mean, it certainly has piqued my interest in more of the Doraemon media.
mm,
You know, as somebody who has been looking for new media to consume,
mm, mm,
and by that I mean like media that I may not be familiar with, and
right.
I just want to like take as much as I can. I thought this was a very great kind of welcome wagon
Mm.
into this universe, and I'm glad I went along for the ride, and I certainly look forward to whatever future adventures are in store.
Yeah.
'Cause, again, at this point, I've seen two other Doraemon films
Mm, mm.
from a much older period, um, and both of them I quite liked too.
Yeah, that's great.
And they followed a very similar kind of vibe,
Mm.
and who knows if we'll talk about them as well in
Yeah.
the future. That's certainly up for discussion, I think. And so I'm kind of glad that we've been able to provide a medium here where we can kind of share our love for this franchise and our thoughts, and hopefully get others involved as well.
Yeah, that is wonderful to hear. Yeah, I'm very glad that you enjoyed your first Doraemon movie, and as well as the other ones you've seen so far. Um, and certainly the franchise is not slowing down anytime soon, so there's plenty of material for us to talk about, like even just the backlog itself. Um, so yeah, I guess as for whether we're gonna talk about this more in the future, well, I mean, obviously that's partly up to us, but maybe like those of you listening to this can have a say in that as well. If you thought that this episode was interesting, let us know, and maybe we'll cover more Doraemon movies because certainly there are others that do kind of touch on topics that we on this channel are particularly interested in. I alluded to dinosaurs earlier, but yeah, there's plenty of other things that are related to natural history. It's a very common kind of subject matter for Doraemon. There's definitely more we could do if we wanted. And bonus, I think the next time, if we do another Doraemon episode, I think the next time we won't have to spend so much time introducing the franchise, and so the episode will probably be much shorter. But yeah, long story short, we think that this film is pretty great. It's a fun franchise. I've really enjoyed like kind of revisiting it because it's been a long time since I've looked at Doraemon media since my childhood. But I'm really getting back into it because it's fun. It definitely has its charm, and we kind of touched on many of the reasons why that is today. But in any case, I think that is our final slide. So should we close off then?
Yeah, sure. So we are on Patreon. If you liked what you saw today and you're interested in kind of contributing, you can go to patreon.com/timeandclades, where your contributions will help us continue the series and develop new projects and expansions like reviews. Of course, we accept any and all monetary donations. We're not shy. So if you're interested in that, we certainly appreciate that. We've been, and this is certainly for like our current patrons as well. We have been tweaking how we use Patreon because it is one of those things where like we probably haven't really been using it to its like full potential, given like how we've seen other Patreons. So like we're trying to like provide more like behind the scenes content, kind of sneak peeks at future episodes that we've recorded. So if you're interested in those sorts of things, that's certainly something to consider. We have 4 patrons currently who we're very grateful for, and they are at a tier where they are owed shout outs. So we want to give our big thanks and hugs to Paul, Denver, Frankish, and Valdenunzio.
Yep.
So thank you all very much for offering your support, and we look forward to answering whatever questions or comments you may have in the future, as you have done so far. Of course, moving on to our other acknowledgements. Of course, we want to thank our good friends Henry and Alicia for their contributions to this series. Henry is responsible for the really upbeat music that opens up every episode that we love so much. And of course, the color scheme for Albert's Alvarezor avatar is by Alicia. So that's a fun tongue twister.
Yes.
And so then, of course, if you want to know where to find us, we are on the Twitter at Time and Clades, where we normally upload like episodes and announcements. But you are most likely watching us on our YouTube page through Time and Clades. So if you want to give a like and a subscription, we certainly appreciate that too. If you have any questions for us, whether about Nobita and the Birth of Japan or the subjects covered inside, or just anything in general, you can shoot us an email, timeandclades@gmail.com, or you can leave us a comment in our YouTube comment section, or you can send us a tweet. We accept any and all, and we will most likely see it. And of course, we will respond in kind. And of course, we normally put links in the description, including references to material that we've talked about. So if you want to see some of the links that we have mentioned before, you can go there to do so. I'll try to find some good references for the Japanese Paleolithic books and things that I used for research. If you want to learn more, because again, while it might be a little bit difficult to find, that literature is out there, and there's certainly a whole lot more than I talked about. So if you want to unpack that world, I'll try to give a nice push for anyone interested.
Sounds good.
And yeah, with that is it for our show. We want to thank everyone for tuning in. As far as what's next, we will most likely do a combination news episode next to cover April and May.
Right, yeah, because we owe you those episodes.
Yeah, and I mean, will we see more Doraemon in the future? Well, time will tell.
Yeah, and you can have a say in it.
So I hope we'll be there when we do. Okay, take care, everyone.
Have a good one. Later. こんなこといいな、できたらいいな、あんな夢こんな夢いっぱいあるけど、みんな叶えてくれる、不思議なポッケで叶えてくれる。空を自由に飛びたいな。はい、タケコプター。とっても大好き。 ドラえもん。宿題当番試験にお使い。あんなことこんなこと大変だけど。みんな助けてくれる。便利な道具で助けてくれる。おもちゃの兵隊だ。それ、突撃。あん、とっても大好き。ドラえもん。あんなとこいいな。行けたらいいな。この国あの島たくさんあるけど。みんな行かせてくれる。未来の機械で叶えてくれる。世界どこに行きたいな。どこでもドア。とっても大好き。ドラえもん。とっても大好き。ドラえもん。ルルルルルルルルルルルルルルルルルルルルルルルルルルルルルルルルルルルルルルルルルルルルルルルルルルルルルルルルルルルルルルルルルルルルルルルルルルルルルルルルルルルルルルルルルルルルルルルルルルルルルルルルルルルルルルルルルルルルルルルルルルルルルルルルルルルルルルルルルルルルルルルルルルルルルルルルルルルルルルルルルルルルルルルルルルルルルルルルルルルルルルルルルルルルルルルルルルルルルルルルルルルルルルルルルルルルルルルルルルルルルルルルルルルルルルルルルルルルルルルルルルルルルルルルルルルルルルルルルルルルルルルルルルルルルルルルルルルルルルルルルルルルルルルルルルルルルルルルルルルルルルルルルルルルルルルルルルルルルルルルルルルルルルルルルルルルルルルルルルルルルルルルルルルルルルルルルルルルルルルルルルルルルルルルルルルルルルルルルルルルルルルルルルルルルルルルルルルルルル Taiga.